Chapter 12-13. At the entrance of the village. Come back quickly. The woman looked at the vast mountains in the night and muttered to herself helplessly. Thud! Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard. The woman hurriedly looked over and saw two men and a woman walking out of the darkness. The woman was holding a young man in her arms. It was Qin Feiyang and the other two. At this moment, they restrained their cultivation and aura and looked like ordinary people. Jia. Seeing the young man, the woman trembled and immediately ran over. But seeing that the young man did not respond, her expression changed and she looked up at Lu Hong and asked, Miss, what's wrong with my son? She thought that something had happened to the young man and was so anxious that she burst into tears. Don't worry, he's just tired and fell asleep. Lu Hong smiled and comforted her. Fell asleep? The woman was stunned and then sighed in relief. Then, she looked at the three of them and asked suspiciously, May I know who you are? We're passers-by. Not long ago, your son encountered a poisonous python and we happened to pass by, so we saved him and sent him back. Lu Hong smiled and said, So you're saviors. Thank you. The woman immediately knelt on the ground and said gratefully, You can't do that, get up quickly. Seeing that, Lu Hong hurriedly said, then looked at Lu Zheng and said angrily, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help Auntie up. But Lu Zheng nodded and walked to the woman and said with a smile, It's just a small matter, don't mention it. To you it's a small matter, but to me, it's a huge favor. Now, I only have Jia left. If even he is gone, I don't know how to live. This old woman is unable to repay your great kindness. I would like to invite the three of you to have a seat at my home. The woman got up and said with a sincere face. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and smiled. This was exactly what they wanted. Lu Hong smiled and said, Then we'll be disturbing you. No. The woman waved her hand repeatedly and looked at Lu Hong with a smile. Miss, thank you for your hard work. Give her to me. Lu Hong said, It's okay. You're a little weak. I'll carry you inside. You're Jia's savior, how can I let you do this kind of manual labor? The woman was a little scared. Lu Hong smiled and said, It's really fine. Let's go in. All right, thank you, Mississippi, the woman said gratefully. Then, she turned around and led Qin Feiyang and the other two into the village. They walked down a small path on the left. Miss, how do you know that my body is weak? Are you a doctor? As the woman walked, she turned back to look at Lu Hong and asked. Lu Hong smiled and said, I'm not a doctor. Jia told me that. This child, the woman shook her head and smiled. Lu Hong said, Your son is very sensible. A trace of pride appeared on the woman's face. She said, Although our family's conditions are not as good as the others in the village, when it comes to being sensible, no child can compare to Jia. By the way, what are your names? My name is Lu. Lu Hong was about to say her name when Qin Feiyang suddenly coughed and interrupted her. Lu Hong looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, Although this is a little remote, it's still in the capital. It's better to be careful. Lu Hong nodded and looked at the woman. My name is Lu Shaoqin. These two are Jiang Fei and Jiang Zheng. Jiang Fei, Jiang Zheng? The woman was stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, she asked, Are you brothers? Qin Feiyang coughed and nodded. Kind of. Lu Zheng said discontentedly, What do you mean kind of? We are brothers. Shut up and don't talk. Qin Feiyang glared at him. But my mouth is on my face. I can say whatever I want. Why do you care? Lu Zheng rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. If you talk nonsense again, don't follow me. Qin Feiyang said with a dark face. Don't be mistaken. I'm not following you. I'm following Hong. I only have eyes for her, understand? So don't flatter yourself. Lu Zheng smiled disdainfully. I'm flattering myself? Qin Feiyang pointed at his nose and looked at Lu Zheng angrily. Nonsense. If you're not flattering yourself, am I? Also, the eldest brother is the father, and the eldest sister-in-law is the mother. Although I'm not the boss at home, I'm still your brother. Show me some respect. In addition, be more polite to your sister-in-law Hong in the future. Lu Jing said. Sister-in-law Hong? Lu Hong froze. Immediately after, her face was filled with anger. This bastard, the more he spoke, the more ridiculous he became. Qin Feiyang was also gnashing his teeth. Why are you gnashing your teeth? Let me tell you, don't think about bullying your brother. Be careful of being struck by lightning. Lu Jing snorted coldly. I'll endure it. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and tried to control his mind that was about to explode. The woman looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing and said with a smile, You two brothers are really interesting. Really? Lu Jing asked. There's a popular saying in our village. Fighting is love, and scolding is love. The more you do this, the more it shows that you care about each other. Jie and Jean used to be the same. When they were together, they often bickered. When they were not together, they often missed each other. The woman sighed, looking a little disappointed. Really? Lu Jing was stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and said playfully, I didn't know that you cared about me so much. Qin Feiyang's mood was simply about to go crazy. Stop it, okay? Lu Hong glared at Lu Jing angrily. Didn't he see that the woman was about to cry? Lu Jing smiled embarrassedly and shut his mouth. Lu Hong turned to look at the woman and said with a smile, Heaven helps the worthy. Your daughter will be fine. Thank you. The woman smiled gratefully and pointed to the front. That's my home. The three of them raised their heads and looked over. Immediately, their hearts felt as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. It was extremely uncomfortable. The home the woman pointed to was just a shabby wooden house. So, the three of them followed the woman and came to the front of the wooden house. A damp, rotten smell immediately came to their faces. The wooden house only covered an area of dozens of meters and was surrounded by a simple fence. A lot of firewood was piled up in a corner. The woman apologized, I've been waiting for her at the entrance of the village these days. I didn't take care of the yard. It's a little messy. Please don't mind. It's okay, Lu Hong said with a smile. The woman smiled, walked to the door, and pushed it open. The moment the door was pushed open, the three of them really saw what it meant to have 4 bare walls. There was nothing in the hall of the house except a table and 4 stools. Even the table and stools were very shabby. But there were many paintings on the old walls. There were landscape paintings, figure paintings, bird paintings, and beast paintings. They were very lifelike and full of charm. And there were 4 rooms inside. 3 bedrooms and a kitchen. There was only 1 bed in each bedroom. The kitchen was not big, just enough for one person to go in and out. However, although the house was relatively simple, it was very neat and clean. Lu Hong asked, Which room is Jier's? The woman lit the candle and led Lu Hong into one of the bedrooms. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing stood in the hall, looking at the paintings on the wall. There were more than a dozen paintings on the wall of the hall, but Qin Feiyang noticed that the painting in the center was not a family picture, but an old man riding a crane. The old man was dressed in a snow-white robe, riding a white crane in the sky, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, and his white hair was fluttering. He had quite a sage-like charm. Lu Hong walked to Qin Feiyang, looked at the old man riding a crane in the painting and whispered, He is the immortal crane that Jianghu mentioned. What is his background? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. I asked Jianghu. He told me that this immortal crane came and went without a trace. No one in the village knew where he lived, and no one knew his name. They only knew that he came from a mysterious immortal sect. Lu Hong said, Immortal sect? Lu Zheng was stunned and said angrily, How can there be immortals in this world? It's obvious that he is a swindler. Qin Feiyang also felt the same. He looked at Lu Hong and asked, What does he do in this village every 2 years? Lu Hong said, It is said that he is recruiting disciples. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing looked at each other. Immortal sect? Recruiting disciples? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Lu Hong said, said that any child who is chosen by Immortal Crane will be taken away immediately, and the people in the village are eager to be taken away by him, because once they are chosen by Immortal Crane, they have the qualifications to become immortals. Nonsense. I can't stand this kind of swindler who pretends to be mysterious. I must find out about this so-called immortal sect and expose their true colors. Lu Jing snorted coldly. Immortals were just legends. They did not exist at all. This immortal crane was clearly bewitching the villagers here. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then raised his head again and looked at the portrait of immortal crane. This village was isolated from the world, and the people in the village still maintained primitive thinking. It was reasonable to believe that there were immortals in this world. Just like when he was a child, he also believed that there were immortals in this world. But when he went out and began to understand this world a little bit, he realized that these so-called immortals were just some people who were more powerful than ordinary people. Immortals did not exist in this world at all. At this time, the woman came out holding a pot of tea and said with a smile, "3 benefactors, the house is a little simple and crude. Please don't mind and sit down." "It's okay." Lu Hong waved her hand and said with a smile. The woman put the teapot on the table, turned to look at the portrait of Immortal Crane, and said, "I heard you were talking about Immortal Crane just now?" Lu Hong nodded. The woman's face became serious and she said, "You can talk about it at home. Don't talk nonsense outside." But Lu Hong was puzzled. The woman said, "Because the people in the village all respect Immortal Crane very much. If they hear you talking about him, they will make trouble for you." Her words were full of respect for Immortal Crane. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. It seemed that the people in this village had been completely educated by Immortal Crane. They believed that there were immortals in this world. Lu Hong asked, "Do you know about this Immortal Crane?" The woman said in awe, "He is an immortal, and I am just an ordinary woman. What qualifications do I have to know about him?" Lu Hong said, "In these years, besides this Immortal Crane, are there any other immortals who came to this village?" The woman shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about it. You probably haven't had dinner yet. I will prepare some food. You can talk." "Thank you," Lu Hong said with a smile. "It's my pleasure." Chapter 12:14. Lu Zheng looked at the busy woman's back, and then looked at the portrait of Master Shin. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and secretly said, "You guys talk, I'll go out for a walk. Don't mess around." Qin Feiyang hurriedly warned him. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows, turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Now I'm telling you very seriously, I'm your brother, don't meddle in my business." Qin Feiyang directly ignored him. Lu Zheng turned to Lu Hong and said, "Hong, as his sister-in-law, shouldn't you discipline him? He's too impolite, too outrageous." Lu Hong also averted her gaze and looked elsewhere. This time Lu Zheng was embarrassed, turned around and left resentfully. Lu Hong stared at Lu Zheng's back, then looked at Qin Feiyang and whispered, "You shouldn't have let him follow us." "You don't understand." Qin Feiyang sighed. Although Lu Zheng made him feel very helpless, to be honest, he cared about this cousin of his very much. Not for any other reason, but because Lu Zheng was his family. He had been wandering outside since childhood, without anyone to rely on, so he longed for family more than anyone else. When he learned that Lu Zheng was his cousin, he was very happy. So, no matter what Lu Zheng did? What did he say? He didn't care. As the woman said, beating was love, scolding was love. What he needed to do now was to enjoy this rare family affection. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang deeply. Didn't she understand? In fact, she understood. She didn't dare to say that she understood Qin Feiyang better than anyone else, but she dared to say that no one cared about Qin Feiyang more than she did. She also knew that the man in front of her didn't need anyone to comfort him, because he could bear it alone. What she needed to do was to silently accompany him. "The food is here." A short while later, the woman came out with 3 dishes and 2 bowls of rice, but when she saw only Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, she asked in confusion, "Where is our benefactor?" Lu Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry about him. He's just a person who can't stay idle. All right, you guys can have a simple meal. Tomorrow, I'll make a sumptuous meal to thank you guys." The woman smiled. Lu Hong sat at the table and picked up her chopsticks. She smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite." The woman said, "Eat whatever you want as long as you don't mind." "How could that be?" Lu Hong smiled. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Chewing, her eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food." "Then eat more." The woman sat at the table. After glancing at Qin Feiyang, she kept looking at Lu Hong with a smile on her face. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Auntie, you should eat some too." But the woman nodded but did not pick up her chopsticks. She continued to look at Lu Hong, treating Qin Feiyang beside her as heir. Lu Hong was a little uncomfortable. She asked suspiciously, "Auntie, is there something on my face?" The woman shook her head and said with a smile, "You really look like my daughter." Lu Hong was stunned. It turned out that she was thinking of her daughter. She comforted her, "Auntie, don't worry. We'll help you look for her tomorrow." "How can I do that?" the woman hurriedly said. Lu Hong smiled and said, "It's okay. We're all idle people. As long as Auntie doesn't mind us disturbing you, it's fine." I don't mind." The woman waved her hand repeatedly. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young man, this is a good girl. You have to cherish her." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Hong's cheeks immediately turned red. The woman chuckled. She grabbed the chopsticks, picked up a few pieces of vegetables, and put them in Lu Hong's bowl. Then she said, "Eat more." "Thank you." Lu Hong lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang coughed. The atmosphere was a little awkward. He put down the bowl and chopsticks, looked at the woman and said, "Auntie, has anyone in your village ever entered the mysterious gate of immortality?" The woman nodded and said, "I remember that a dozen children were taken away by Master Shin 2 years ago." "Have they ever come back?" Qin Feiyang asked. Master Shin said that the gate of immortality is not an ordinary place. As long as you go there, you can't come back. No one is allowed to go to the gate of immortality to visit them. The woman said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Don't the parents of these children miss them?" "Yes, of course. But as parents, we want our children to be successful, so everyone gradually got used to it." The woman smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. That was right. Which parent didn't want their children to be successful? But he couldn't figure out what kind of place it was that people couldn't come back after going there. After all, whether it was the Divine Hall in the capital or the Pill Pagoda in the Central Divine Kingdom, there was no such rule. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, "By the way, may I ask if your family has any grudges with other people in the village?" "Grudges? Why do you ask?" The woman looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just ask casually. If you don't want to say it, don't say it." The woman thought for a while in a low voice and said with a smile, "People in our village are relatively harmonious and get along well. They won't have conflicts over small things." "What if it's a big deal?" Qin Feiyang asked. The woman said, "If there is a big deal, our village chief will come out to mediate." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, "Did you think of something?" Qin Feiyang said to himself, "I've been thinking about why Wang Jin went missing." "What do you mean?" Lu Hong was suspicious. "Wang Jin is from this village. She grew up here, and since her father passed away, she often hunted outside. She must be very familiar with the situation around the village. For example, where is the danger? Where is it safer? And as a person with a little sense, it is impossible for her to go to those dangerous places. But why did she go missing? So I'm thinking, is there something strange about Wang Jin's disappearance?" Qin Feiyang said telepathically. Lu Hong said to herself, "That's why you asked if this family has any grudges with others. Are you suspecting that someone might have secretly harmed Wang Jin?" Qin Feiyang replied secretly. After all, he was used to seeing scheming and scheming. He thought more than the woman. And although this village looked very ordinary and simple, it did not rule out that there were a few scumbags. Lu Hong said to herself, but she also said that she has no grudges with others. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "We have lived together for so many years, and there is no friction at all. Do you think it is possible?" Lu Hong shook her head. No matter how harmonious they were, there would definitely be some disputes. There is definitely a grudge, but because she is very simple, she usually doesn't take it to heart. But just because she doesn't take it to heart doesn't mean that the other party doesn't take it to heart. Maybe the other party has already held a grudge. We have been traveling outside all year round. Because of a small matter, someone will die in the end. Haven't we seen this kind of thing before? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Makes sense. Lu Hong muttered to herself. She looked at the woman calmly and said with a smile, Auntie, think carefully. Have you offended anyone in the past? Or did someone provoke you? What are you trying to say? Although the woman was honest, she was not stupid. There must be a reason for the two of them to ask again and again. Lu Hong said, Don't worry about it. Tell us the truth. Then let me think about it. The woman lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong did not say anything and looked at her quietly. Time passed bit by bit. After some time, the woman finally raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. She said, Speaking of which, there is indeed one thing. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked. I remember that a year ago, the son of the village chief came to me and said that he liked Jean and wanted to marry her. This was originally a good thing, but Jean did not agree and said that she did not like him. Although the village head's family is relatively wealthy, I will definitely respect Jean's choice. Later on, the village chief's son almost fell out with us because of this, but the village chief stopped him in time and taught him a lesson. Later on, this matter was left unsettled and I did not take it to heart. The woman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he asked, What's the character of the village chief's son like? He's rather overbearing. But he usually treats the villagers well and often helps everyone. After all, he's young. It's normal for him to be a little arrogant. The woman smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. Lu Hong snickered. Seems like you're worrying too much. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lu Hong asked suspiciously, You're not suspecting the village chief's son, are you? Why not? We can't ignore all possibilities. Qin Feiyang thought. Lu Hong said, Then what do you plan to do? Qin Feiyang smiled. Let's go take a look tomorrow and meet the village chief's son. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly and said, Up to you. Sister. Suddenly, a cry of helplessness rang out from the inner room. Jia. The woman immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks and ran into the inner room. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong also got up and walked in. The boy had already woken up and was sitting on the bed. His young face was full of fear and his forehead was full of sweat. Jia, did you have a nightmare again? The woman sat by the bed, stroking the boy's back and asked. I dreamed of my sister. She was eaten by a ferocious beast. Mother, I'm so scared. The boy threw himself into the woman's arms and cried bitterly. His bright eyes were full of helplessness. No, your sister will be fine. Trust me. The woman patted the boy's back and comforted him, but her eyes were also blurred by tears. Sigh. Lu Hong could not help but sigh. Why did God have to be so cruel to this family? They were already very unfortunate. Couldn't God take care of them? When the boy saw Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, he was slightly stunned. Then he seemed to remember something. He quickly broke free from the woman's arms and got up from the bed. Then he jumped in front of Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. He grabbed their hands tightly as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw and asked, Sister Angel, Brother Immortal, have you found my sister? Lu Hong shook her head. How could this be? Is my sister really dead? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Chapter 12:16. The woman lowered her head and looked at the young man. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. He turned around silently and walked away. Standing in the courtyard, he looked up at the night sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No one could understand the pain of losing a loved one better than him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find out the reason for Wang Jin's disappearance. So, Lu Zheng returned and looked at Qin Feiyang in the courtyard. He was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, Why are you standing here alone? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Nothing. I just felt something and felt a little irritated. Because of Wang Jin? Lu Jing asked. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked away. He asked, "Why did you go out just now?" Lu Jing said, "Actually, I've been wondering if there's something strange about Wang Jin's disappearance." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Wang Jin was born and raised here. She should be very familiar with the nearby mountains. But why did she go missing? So I suspect that her disappearance might not be that simple. I went out just now to see if there was anything suspicious in this village. Lu Jing frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You're indeed my cousin. You're exactly what I thought." "You think so too?" Lu Jing was stunned. "I was just talking to Lu Hong about this. And I heard that the village chief's son once coveted Wang Jin's beauty," Qin Feiyang said. "This might be a clue." Lu Jing's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled faintly. "Let's wait until tomorrow. We'll go and meet him. By the way, can you answer a question for me?" "What is it?" Lu Jing looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Where exactly is the Lu family?" "Beg me." Lu Jing looked at him mockingly. "It's up to you to say it or not." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Lu Jing raised an eyebrow and said unhappily, "You're asking someone for advice, and you still have this attitude? Are you going to tell me or not?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I won't." Lu Jing turned his head to look elsewhere, his face full of displeasure. "Forget it if you don't want to tell me." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, then rose into the air and disappeared into the night sky like a bolt of lightning. "This brat has no respect for his elders. Looks like I'll have to teach him a lesson in the future." Lu Jing mumbled to himself before turning around and entering the house. The next day, early morning, on the peak of a mountain near the village, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched his body. This person looked refreshed. That night, he didn't cultivate. He just slept. In addition, there were no ferocious beasts here to disturb him, so he slept very soundly and comfortably. It's dawn. Time to go back. Looking at the sun in the sky, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He restrained his aura, jumped down the mountain, and walked toward the village. When he was about to reach the village, he suddenly stopped and looked at a forest not far away. He saw a young man in white entering the forest alone. The young man was about 20 years old. He was thin and had delicate features, looking like an elegant gentleman. Hunting so early in the morning. The people in this village are really hard-working. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The young man didn't have any cultivation, but there was a scabbard made of animal skin hanging from his waist, with a dagger in it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man. He didn't pay much attention to him and continued to walk toward the village. "Are you Jianghu?" As soon as he reached the entrance of the village, several villagers who were about to go out came up to him and asked with a smile. "I am." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at them suspiciously. "Thank you for bringing Jie back. You don't know, Jie's mother was worried sick when he went out for 2 days. Little brother, if you're not busy, stay in the village for a few more days." The villagers smiled and said. They were simple and kind, giving people a natural sense of closeness. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Okay, we're going out to hunt. If we can hunt good prey, come to my house for a drink tonight," a rough-looking man said with a grin. "Wang Dabiao, what do you mean? If we can't hunt, we won't treat this little brother to a drink?" A bald man next to him said with dissatisfaction. "That's not what I mean." Wang Dabiao hurriedly waved his hand, looking simple and honest. "I think so. Don't forget, this little brother is Jie's savior. So, whether or not we can hunt good prey today, tonight you have to take out the few jars of wine you've been saving for several years to thank him." The bald man said. Yes. Wang Dabiao nodded repeatedly, but suddenly he looked at the bald man and said, "No, it's you who wants to drink my jars of wine, isn't it? What are you thinking about? I just want to bask in this little brother's glory and have a few drinks tonight." The bald man smiled awkwardly. "Hypocrite." Wang Dabiao rolled his eyes at him. The other few people also looked at the bald man with disdain, but they were all smiling. Wang Dabiao turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Little brother, we'll go first. See you tonight." Qin Feiyang nodded. At that moment, they took all kinds of weapons and walked into the mountains. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The people here were not only kind, but also very forthright. He liked this place. There was no scheming or scheming. Everything seemed ordinary and peaceful. "I really hope that one day I can live like them," Qin Feiyang muttered and turned to enter the village. "Good morning, little brother Jiang Fei. I went to Jie Er's house just now and was wondering why I didn't see you. So you're here. Little brother, thank you for saving Jie. Come to my house when you're free." Along the way, the villagers that Qin Feiyang met all greeted him warmly. "How do you know all of this?" Qin Feiyang felt a little helpless. Isn't this news spreading too fast? When he returned to the young man's house and saw the situation in front of the yard, he was even more speechless. There was a sea of people in front of the yard. It was so crowded that it was as if everyone was watching a monkey show. "Isn't this little brother Jiang Fei? Where did you go last night? Everyone didn't see you and was worried about you." When they saw Qin Feiyang, the crowd immediately started asking him about him. They were so enthusiastic that even Qin Feiyang was a little overwhelmed. Someone laughed and said, "It's good that you're back. Everyone, make way, don't block the little brother's way." Everyone smiled happily and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang nodded to them and walked into the yard. He saw that in the hall of the house, apart from Lu Hong, Lu Jing, the young man, and the woman, there was also an old man. The old man was stooped and supported himself with a walking stick. He had a braid on his head and looked quite energetic. The old man got up and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He asked with a smile, "Are you little brother Jiang Fei?" Qin Feiyang walked into the house and nodded. "I am Qin Feiyang. May I know who you are?" "I'm the village chief here. Not long ago, I heard that you saved Jie last night, so I came here to thank you." The old man chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You're too kind, old man. This is just a small matter. Anyone would have helped." "Little brother, you're really humble. Speaking of which, I'm also responsible for this. As the village chief of this village, whether it was Jin Er's disappearance or Jie Er's escape, I didn't think of a way to help immediately. I'm ashamed." The old man sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "You have too many things to deal with in such a big village. It's inevitable that you don't have the strength to help. We can all understand. Little brother, you really know how to talk. But it's fine as long as Jie comes back safely." The old man laughed hoarsely. "Yes, it's better that he's fine." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked calmly, "Old man, is your son here?" The old man glanced at the crowd and said suspiciously, "He was here not long ago. Why did he suddenly disappear? This little rascal has no manners at all. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The old man looked at the people outside the door and waved his hand. "Little brother Jiang Fei," everyone saw him. "Hurry up and leave." Since the village chief had spoken, the people in the yard naturally couldn't stay any longer. They left in groups of 2s and 3s. The old man retracted his gaze and turned to point at the table. He smiled and said, "Little brother, please take a seat." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and sat at the table. Lu Hong and Lu Jing also sat next to him. Lu Jing said secretly, "Little cousin, where have you been fooling around all night? Who do you think I am?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said through voice transmission, "I just felt a little tired, so I found a quiet place to sleep." "Is that so? Why don't I believe you?" Lu Jing looked at him suspiciously. Believe it or not, Qin Feiyang didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this time, the old man sat opposite Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "The three of you, although you are Jie Er's benefactors, for the safety of the village, I have to ask you some questions." "Please ask, old man," Qin Feiyang said. The old man said, "May I know where the three of you are from?" Lu Jing said through voice transmission, "This old man is suspecting that we have ulterior motives." Qin Feiyang said secretly, "He's right to suspect. You stayed in the village with a purpose, aren't you?" Lu Jing secretly despised him. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and looked at the old man with a smile. We're from a place very far away. I don't think you'll know even if I tell you. Where is it? The old man asked. Imperial City. Qin Feiyang said. Imperial City? The old man was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, where is that? You really don't know? This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was stunned. Imperial City was the capital of the Great Qin Empire. If they didn't even know this, weren't the people in this village too closed-minded? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said with a smile, I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Anyway, it's very far away. The old man said, then what are you doing here? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, the three of us are all wandering clouds and wild cranes. We like to travel and play. The old man said, are the three of you also immortals? Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man. Chapter 12:17. You're quite sensible. Qin Feiyang muttered, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked at the old man and asked in confusion, why do you say that? Although there are no ferocious beasts within a dozen miles of our village, there are many powerful ferocious beasts more than a dozen miles away. If the three of you are not immortals, how did you avoid those ferocious beasts and come to our village? The old man chuckled. You can even think of this. You're indeed the village chief. However, we're not immortals. We're just ordinary martial artists. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. I see. The old man suddenly understood. He got up and said apologetically, please forgive this old man's rudeness. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. You're just thinking about the safety of the village. I can understand. Qin Feiyang said. The old man said, little brother, you're really a generous person. When will the three of you leave? Qin Feiyang said, we'll leave after resting for a few days. The old man said, then if you need anything, feel free to come to this old man. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man cupped his hands and said, then this old man will take his leave first. Take care, old man. Qin Feiyang got up to see him off. After seeing the old man off, Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. What's wrong? Lu Hong walked to Qin Feiyang and asked in a low voice. Qin Feiyang said to himself, I don't know if it's an illusion, but this village chief gives me a faint sense of crisis. No way, he's just an ordinary person. How can he pose a threat to you? Lu Hong was surprised. Little cousin is right. This village chief is extraordinary. Lu Zheng walked to the two at this time and transmitted his voice to them. Lu Hong's expression froze. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng and asked inwardly, what did you discover? Lu Zheng said, before you came back, I had been observing him. I noticed that his eyes were sometimes different from usual. How is it different? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Lu Zheng said telepathically, his eyes are occasionally as sharp as a blade. This is not a look that an ordinary person should have. You mean he is a cultivator? Qin Feiyang exclaimed. Lu Zheng nodded. Interesting. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. Just as Lu Zheng had said, this village was becoming more and more interesting. At this moment, the woman looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said with a smile, three benefactors, don't just stand there. Take a seat, I'll prepare some breakfast for you. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Hong turned to the woman and smiled. Like I said, don't be so polite. Just treat this as your own home. The woman chuckled and then went into the kitchen. The young man looked at the woman and ran to the three of them. He knelt on the ground and begged, Sister Angel, Brother Immortal, please help me find my sister. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, a man shouldn't kneel to others so easily. Get up. The young man was a little panicked and hurriedly got up. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, I still don't know your name. What's your name? My name is Wang Xiaojia. The young man said truthfully. Qin Feiyang said, then let me ask you, how does your village chief usually treat everyone? The village chief is a good man. He treats the people in the village like his own family. I remember that when my father passed away, he was the one who helped us take care of the afterlife. So I've always been grateful to him. Wang Xiaojie said. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong and asked, "Have you seen the son of the village chief?" Yes, the father and son came together at that time. Lu Hong nodded and waved her jade-like hand. Battle chi surged, and the shadow of a young man in white appeared. She said, "He is the village chief's son." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What's wrong?" Lu Hong was puzzled. "I've seen him before," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng looked at each other. Lu Hong asked, "When did you see him?" Qin Feiyang said, "When I came back not long ago, I saw him enter a forest alone outside the village. He should be hunting." Wang Xiaojie said, "Brother Yu never hunts." "Brother Yu?" The three of them were stunned. Wang Xiaojie said, "Brother Yu is the village chief's son. His full name is Wang Yu." The three of them nodded in realization. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked down at the young man. He asked, "What did you just say? Wang Yu never hunts?" Wang Xiaojie nodded and said, "Yes, he is the village chief's son. How could he do such manual labor? Then why did he go out so early in the morning?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I don't know. But during this period he did go out often. I saw him a few mornings. He is quite mysterious." Wang Xiaojie's face was full of suspicion. "What about before?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Xiaojie said, "He used to go out occasionally, but not so frequently." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He looked at Lu Hong and said, "I'm going out for a while. You guys be careful of the village chief." "You're really suspicious of him?" Lu Hong said. "There must be something wrong. Whether Wang Jin's disappearance has anything to do with him or not, it's necessary to investigate." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. "I'm going too." Lu Zheng's eyes flashed and he followed in. Wang Xiaojie looked at the portal in a daze and asked, "Sister Angel, what is this? Where did the two immortal brothers go?" "This is called a portal. It can directly teleport people from the village to the outside. As for your two immortal brothers, where did they go? We have to keep this a secret for the time being." Lu Hong rubbed Wang Xiaojie's head lovingly and smiled. "There's such a magical thing?" Looking at the portal, Wang Xiaojie's face was full of curiosity. Lu Hong smiled and said, "This world is very big. What you see now is just the tip of the iceberg." "Really?" Wang Xiaojie had a confused look on his face. Lu Hong nodded and didn't say anything else, because there were some things that Wang Xiaojie might not understand even if she said it. Outside the village, outside the forest, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Lu Zheng and frowned. "Why did you follow us? How can I miss out on such an interesting thing?" Lu Zheng said with a grin. Forget it, we're already here." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and looked up at the forest. Lu Zheng asked, "This is the forest you mentioned?" Qin Feiyang nodded and entered the forest to look for Wang Yu. However, as far as he could see, there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "This forest is not big. Let's split up. You go to the east, I'll go to the west, and we'll meet in the south. Try not to make any noise." "No problem. But before we split up, we'd better establish a contract bridge. If something unexpected happens, it'll be convenient for us to contact each other." Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them took out the image crystal, established the contract bridge, and immediately split up. Qin Feiyang went to the east. Along the way, he saw all kinds of insects, but he didn't see a single beast. He didn't make any footsteps. It was very quiet all around. After a while, he came to the east end of the forest, but he didn't see Wang Yu. He stood at the edge of the forest and looked ahead. Outside the forest was a plain with weeds, but there were no big trees. The view was very wide. On the plain, Qin Feiyang didn't see any trace of Wang Yu. At the end of the plain, there were endless mountains, high and low, stretching endlessly. After looking for a while, Qin Feiyang turned around and headed south. About 100 breaths later, in front of a pool, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng met. "How was it?" Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Did you find anything?" "Not really." Lu Jing shook his head. Strange, with his speed he shouldn't have gone far. Qin Feiyang frowned. "Not necessarily." Lu Jing said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Lu Jing said, "If the village chief is as we guessed, a cultivator who hides his cultivation, then his son must also have cultivation." "Makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them turned and rushed out of the forest like lightning, looking at the mountains outside the plain, their eyes flickering. Lu Jing suddenly frowned. Fatso and the others searched those places last night. If there was really something, they should have found something. But we didn't think that there was something strange about Wang Jin's disappearance. We only thought that she might have been attacked by a beast, or trapped somewhere because of some special situation. So Fatso and the others definitely wouldn't have searched so carefully. Qin Feiyang said. Then this is indeed a problem. Because we don't know which direction this Wang Yu went. And outside the plain are mountains and there is no sign of human habitation. To find a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Jing frowned. It's all my fault for being too careless. I should have followed him. Qin Feiyang was very upset. Do you really think you're a god who can predict the future? You didn't even know who he was at that time. Why did you follow him? Lu Jing rolled his eyes. After a while, he said, We can't keep looking like this. Let's just wait. Hasn't he been coming out often recently? Then we'll wait outside the village. That's the only way. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them looked around the forest again, then returned to the place where they first entered the forest. They stood on the branch of a big tree, using the dense leaves to hide their figures, and waited quietly. Time passed little by little. Smoke rose from the chimneys of every house in the village, hovering above the village like giant dragons. The people who went out hunting also returned one after another. Some people returned with a full load, and of course, some returned empty-handed. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the forest and reached Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng's ears. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes shining. A whistling sound meant that someone was flying over. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in white flying over from the forest in front of them. And he was not slow. He really has a cultivation base. Their eyes trembled slightly. Chapter 12:18. Moreover, the cultivation level that Wang Yu was currently displaying was not low. He was actually a one-star war saint. Incredible! There's actually a war saint hidden in a village of ordinary people. Lu Zheng muttered secretly. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. Even Wang Yu was so strong. Then how strong was Wang Yu's father, the village chief? It was really unimaginable. Who exactly were these father and son? Was it related to the immortal crane who had bewitched the villagers? Should we make a move now? Lu Jing secretly asked. Qin Feiyang secretly said, I am more and more suspicious that Wang Jin's disappearance is related to this Wang Yu, so there's no need to rush, so as to not alert the enemy. While they were talking, Wang Yu had already arrived below the two of them. He landed on the ground and retracted his aura, turning back into an ordinary mortal. With a satisfied smile on his face, he left the forest and disappeared into the village. What about now? Lu Jing asked. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Maybe I'll find something? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, activated the concealment technique, and rushed into the village like lightning, following behind Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu seemed unruly when he entered the village, the attitude of the villagers was quite good. The villagers also seemed to like him. Not long later, Qin Feiyang followed behind Wang Yu and entered a wooden building. He saw the village chief sitting alone in the hall, leisurely drinking tea. Wang Yu closed the door and sat down opposite the village chief. The village chief looked at him and frowned. You went again? Yeah. Wang Yu nodded. The village chief said angrily, I've already told you many times, don't overindulge, and you can't touch the people in the village. What are you worried about? Wang Yu did not understand. The village chief said, What if the villagers find out? So what if they find out? They are just a group of animals that we have raised. Not to mention a mere Wang Jin, even if it's all the women here, I can do whatever I want. Wang Yu said disdainfully. As expected, Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. Hearing Wang Yu's words, it was likely that he was blinded by lust and imprisoned Wang Jin somewhere. But what infuriated him the most was that this person actually said that the people in the village were beasts reared by him and his son. Was this something a human would say? This father and son pair were the real beasts. He took out an image crystal and quietly recorded it. In the meantime, hearing Wang Yu's words, the village chief's face darkened and he said angrily, "Watch your words. Be careful that the walls have ears." "I know. You're so long-winded." Wang Yu impatiently waved his hand. Village chief said, "Then tell me, where did you lock Wang Jin up? What is it? Are you interested in her too?" "Don't worry, I'll give it to you when I'm tired of it," Wang Yu teased. "You," village chief suddenly stood up, blowing his beard and glaring. Alright, it's just a joke. Don't be angry, it's bad for your health." Wang Yu waved his hand and smiled, then said indifferently, "I locked her up in the Red Maple Ridge. There are War Master level beasts all around, and there are even a few holy beasts. The trash in the village can't even enter, so no one will ever find her." "That's good. But let me give you a piece of advice. Once you've played enough, hurry up and kill her to prevent any accidents from happening," village chief said. Wang Yu laughed. "After playing for half a month, I'm indeed getting tired of it. I'll go play again tomorrow and kill her." Village chief nodded and asked, "Also, what do you think of Jiang Fei and the other two?" Wang Yu said, "Although these three people don't seem to have any cultivation, they are definitely not ordinary people to be able to come to the village." Village chief said in a deep voice, "I think so too, so I have to think of a way to get them to leave quickly." "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Find a chance to kill them, but keep that woman. I'm very interested in her." Wang Yu chuckled, his eyes filled with a lustful light. Sooner or later, you will be destroyed in the hands of a woman." The village chief looked at him as if he expected better from him. "You're thinking too much. Here we are the heavens. Whatever we say goes. Who dares to go against us?" Wang Yu laughed arrogantly. "That's true." Village chief nodded and smiled. He stood up and said, "All right, you go and cultivate. I'll go outside and take a look. I'll also pay attention to the actions of those three people." Finished. Village chief turned around and opened the door, chuckling as he walked out. "Hello, village chief." The villagers all greeted him warmly. "Hello, everyone." Village chief nodded his head one by one. Suddenly, he looked at a burly man not far away and extended his hand. "Old bull, come over for a moment." "Village chief, what's the matter?" The burly man ran in front of village chief and asked. Village chief smiled. "Has your family hunted any prey recently? If not, tell me, I'll send some over." "Thank you for your trouble, village chief. Recently, my luck has been good and I haven't been able to get any prey." The burly man rubbed his head and smiled, looking charmingly naive. Village chief said, "All right then, go and do your work. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me." The burly man nodded and smiled. Then he turned around and ran away. Qin Feiyang stood at the side and watched this scene. He couldn't help but feel sad for these villagers. In their eyes, village chief was a kind-hearted person. He helped everyone and took care of everyone. They respected him very much. But the truth was that he was simply a sanctimonious and shameless villain. Such a simple village, such a group of kind-hearted people, but they were manipulated by two refined scum. Where is the justice? Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. He put away the image crystal and turned around to leave. His heart was extremely heavy. What, two beasts? No. They're even worse than beasts. They're simply two bastards. In the forest, Lu Zheng was furious on the spot when he heard about this. "Calm down," Qin Feiyang said. "They deceived the villagers here and hurt an innocent woman. How can I calm down? I don't understand. Scum like this, just kill them. Why are you still keeping them alive?" Lu Zheng said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "This matter is not as simple as you think." "What do you mean?" Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Two people who are at least battle saints. Why are they hiding in this village? Just to play with the people here? If it were you, would you do such a boring thing? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jing shook his head. Isn't that right? I suspect that the father and son should be related to Master Shin and the so-called Immortal Gate. Qin Feiyang said. You want to cast a long line to catch a big fish? Lu Jing asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then just take them down and force them to talk. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Lu Jing looked at him discontentedly. Qin Feiyang said lightly, what if they would rather die than talk? Lu Jing didn't say anything. Don't worry. They will definitely pay a price for this, and the price won't be small. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. What about Wang Jin? Lu Jing asked. We can't let her continue to suffer. Tomorrow we will rescue her first. At the same time, we will make the village chief pay some interest first. Qin Feiyang sneered. Time passed like sand between fingers, passing in the blink of an eye. Night fell. Miss Xiao Qin, where did Jiang Fei and Jiang Jing go? Why haven't I seen them all day? In the wooden house. The woman looked at Lu Hong and asked. Lu Hong said with a smile, they never tell me what they do, so I don't know. Do you want to prepare their dinner? The woman asked. Lu Hong said, don't worry about them. They have hands and feet. They won't starve to death. Well, I will make some for them when they come back. The woman smiled and went into the kitchen to get busy. Wang Xiaojie stood at the side, looked at the woman's back, and asked in a low voice, Sister Angel, are the two immortal brothers helping to find my sister? That's right. Lu Hong nodded. Wang Xiaojie said worriedly, they haven't come back so late. Are they in danger? Danger? Lu Hong shook her head and smiled. She rubbed Wang Xiaojie's little head and said with a smile, don't worry about that. In this world, no one can hurt them. Are they very powerful? Wang Xiaojie asked naively. Of course they are. Let me give you an example. They can destroy your village with just a wave of their hand. Lu Hong said. Wang Xiaojie was dumbfounded. His little face was full of yearning as he muttered, if I can be as powerful as the two immortal brothers, then I will protect my sister and mother. The next day, early morning, the horizon gradually turned white, and the sun slowly rose. The villagers walked out of the village one after another and entered the mountains to hunt. Going out to hunt every day had become a habit in their lives. Of course, this was also their only way to survive. So, Wang Yu also walked out of the village and entered the forest alone. Seeing that there was no one around, he turned into a stream of light and flew away. Whoosh! Just as Wang Yu left, Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing appeared. They had been waiting here for the whole night. Looking at each other, Qin Feiyang activated the concealment technique and chased after Wang Yu with Lu Jing. So, the three of them rushed out of the forest one after another and flew in the southwest direction. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing followed beside Wang Yu, but Wang Yu did not notice at all. His face was full of lewd smiles. Obviously, he was fantasizing about some improper things. Laugh, laugh all you want. Lu Jing sneered again and again. About half an hour passed. The two of them followed Wang Yu deep into the mountain range for hundreds of miles. A majestic mountain ridge finally entered their sight. This was the Red Maple Ridge. The Red Maple Ridge stretched up and down like a huge dragon lying on the ground. It was full of red trees. This tree was called the Red Maple Tree. Every leaf was as beautiful as fire. From afar, the whole mountain ridge was like a sea of fire. The origin of the name Red Maple Ridge was precisely because of these red maple trees. Chapter 12:19. Wang Yu directly entered Red Maple Ridge and stopped halfway up the mountain. There was a cave here. It was pitch black inside the cave. Little bitch, I'm here again. Wang Yu let out a hearty laugh and stepped into the cave. Bastard, don't come near me. Get lost. The next moment, a roar filled with fear came from within the cave. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing looked at each other. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes and they also rushed into the cave. Immediately, an unsightly scene entered their line of sight. The size of the cave was only 100 feet, and in the middle of the cave, there was a thick layer of red maple leaves. A woman was lying on top of it. The woman was about 175 meters tall. She was very beautiful and had a good figure. But at this moment, her face was full of fear. Not only that, she was also firmly tied by a thumb-thick iron chain and could not move. The most shocking thing was that the woman did not have any clothes on and was completely naked. Moreover, there were bloodstains all over her tender skin, as if she had been whipped. It was a ghastly sight. This is too much. Lu Jing clenched his fists tightly, murderous intent surging in his eyes. This woman was Wang Jin. That scarred body, that desperate and horrified gaze, it was not hard to imagine how much pain and torture she had experienced in the past half a month. She was just a weak woman. She did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. How could this little bastard do it? Get lost. However, facing the current Wang Jin, Wang Yu did not have the slightest sympathy. Instead, he sneered and said, "In the past, when I asked you to submit to me, you would rather die than be willing. Now you blame me? No, you asked for it. You're a bastard. Bastard, we were all blind and did not see your true colors." Wang Jin roared, her face pale. Ah! Wang Yu laughed loudly. He bent over and pinched Wang Jin's chin, raised it forcefully, and said disdainfully, "Do you know? In my eyes, a woman like you is just a toy for me to amuse myself with." But Wang Jin spat on his face. Wang Yu's face instantly turned malevolent as he slapped Wang Jin's face. He coldly smiled and said, "I'm already tired of playing with your body. I'll send you to hell in a moment. Don't be anxious, because very soon your younger brother and your mother will accompany you." Wang Jin's expression changed and he roared, "If you dare to hurt them, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." "Ha, you are too naive. Do you think I will give you the chance to become a ghost? Oh, that's right. There's something I haven't told you yet. Actually, your father was also killed by me. Furthermore, I chopped him into 8 pieces. Do you know how much pain he was in back then?" Wang Yu laughed sinisterly. What? Wang Jin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body and mind trembled as he muttered, "Why? Why was he so cruel? What did he do wrong? I've had my eyes on you since a long time ago. I'll put down my pride and go find him personally." But guess what he said? He said that you're still young and don't need to think about these things for the time being. Of course, I'm upset. Since I'm upset, I definitely won't let you guys be happy either, right? So, I killed him while he was out hunting. Wang Yu chuckled. Such a deranged action, but in his eyes, it was an extremely normal thing. You will suffer retribution. Wang Jin was no longer afraid. His eyes were dead silent. Retribution? Looks like you haven't figured out the situation. I'm an immortal in your eyes. Retribution doesn't exist to me. Wang Yu smiled disdainfully. Immortal. Wang Jin's gaze trembled. Wang Yu smiled proudly and said, "How is it? Do you feel particularly helpless? Even if you are an immortal, I believe that someone will come to kill you sooner or later, you devil." Wang Jin gritted his teeth, his tone was filled with deep resentment. "Kill me? Who has the ability to do so?" Wang Yu said contemptuously. "Me." An icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. Wang Yu was shocked and quickly scanned his surroundings. Wang Jin also looked at the void around him, his eyes full of surprise. For your own selfish desires, you harm women and children. It's simply inhumane. For people like you, even if you were to be cut into pieces, it would still be difficult to relieve the hatred in our hearts. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing appeared in front of the two, both of them were murderous. "How could it be you guys?" Wang Yu's expression changed. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Shouldn't you and your father have guessed that we are also cultivators? Go to hell." Wang Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he slapped at Qin Feiyang. "With just you?" Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. He slightly released his aura, and Wang Yu was blasted away, crashing into the stone wall behind him. Blood gushed out on the spot. So strong. Wang Yu's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly used a mysterious footwork to escape from the cave. "Today, even if you go to heaven or hell, you can't escape." Qin Feiyang chased after him. Lu Jing glanced at Wang Yu's back coldly. He took out a dagger from his Qianquan bag and cut off the iron chain on Wang Jin. Then, he turned around, took out a set of clothes, and handed it to Wang Jin, saying, "Put it on." Wang Jin glanced at Lu Jing, took the clothes, and quickly put them on. Then, she looked at Lu Jing nervously and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Lu Jing turned to look at her and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. We are your brother's friends. He asked us to come here specially to find you." Xiaojia's friends? Wang Jin was in a daze. Why didn't she know that her little brother had these two friends? And they didn't look like simple people. Suddenly, her expression changed and she exclaimed, "Oh no, Wang Yu is an immortal. Tell your friend to stop chasing." "Immortal?" Lu Zheng said disdainfully, "If Wang Yu is an immortal, then my little cousin is a god." The god. Wang Jin was dumbfounded, and her face was full of awe. "Do you really believe it?" Lu Zheng was a little helpless and said, "Come out with me." After saying that, he strode outside. Wang Jin hurriedly followed. When she walked out of the cave, she saw Qin Feiyang blocking in front of Wang Yu. Both of them were standing in the air. Immediately, she was dumbfounded. He could actually stand in the air without any support? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu coldly and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Let me see how strong you, a so-called immortal." If these words were said by someone in the village, he wouldn't feel anything, but when it came from Qin Feiyang, he felt that it was especially ironic. Because he also knew that there were no immortals in this world. Qin Feiyang urged, "Hurry up, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you even have the guts to make a move now?" "Don't be arrogant," Wang Yu roared. Boom. He waved his hands, and a huge hand appeared in the air, exuding an apocalyptic aura. The mountains and rivers trembled. This was his battle art. And it was a perfect battle art. Following closely, another huge beast soared into the air from behind him. This was his battle soul. He used all his trump cards at once, showing how uneasy he was at the moment. Following his roar, the huge beast and the huge hand shook violently in the air, releasing an earth-shattering might, charging towards Qin Feiyang. "Is this all you've got?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The holy aura of a 9-star battle saint rolled out, and the huge beast and the huge hand instantly disintegrated. Wang Yu spat out blood again. A dignified immortal only has this much strength? Qin Feiyang looked at him with contempt. Lu Jing said to Wang Jin without turning his head, "Did you see that? He's not an immortal at all, because he's also bleeding, and the blood flowing out is no different from your blood. So he's just like you, an ordinary person, but he knows how to cultivate." Wang Jin looked at the blood that Wang Yu spat out, and then looked at the blood on his body. It seemed that there was indeed no difference. Remember, there are no immortals in this world. And the so-called immortals are just a lie made by immortal he. Lu Zheng said lightly. Wang Jin nodded as if he didn't understand. He looked at Wang Yu again. At this moment, his face was ashen. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong that he could disintegrate his battle soul and battle art with just holy aura. Why are you meddling in other people's business?" He roared, his face full of fear and anger. Qin Feiyang said, "In the great Qin Empire, there are very few people who don't know me." Lu Zheng's face twitched. "What a narcissistic guy. Are you very famous?" Wang Yu asked in horror. "Fame isn't important, what's important is anger. Now I'm very angry and I need to vent it." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and stepped in front of Wang Yu. "What are you going to do?" Wang Yu retreated in panic and said, "Let me tell you, if you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. Don't count on him, because soon he can't even protect himself." After saying that, Qin Feiyang furiously punched Wang Yu's lower abdomen. With a crack, Wang Yu's sea of qi shattered on the spot. The heart-wrenching pain made his face contort and he howled in pain. "Do you know pain?" Qin Feiyang grabbed his neck and asked. Wang Yu kept nodding, his face was full of pleading. "Since you know pain, why do you treat her like this? Doesn't she know pain?" Qin Feiyang pointed at Wang Jin and roared. He was like an enraged lion as he punched Wang Yu's mouth again. Wang Yu screamed in pain. The teeth in his mouth were shattered, and he spat out blood mixed with it. In the past, I thought I was already a cold-blooded person, but compared to you, I'm too kind. Because I've never bullied a woman, let alone a woman without any cultivation. I won't be so despicable as to sully a woman's purity. You're not fit to be a human. Qin Feiyang roared, took out the Chang Shui, and slashed at Wang Yu's lower body. A certain part of his body was castrated on the spot, and blood gushed out. Ah! Wang Yu looked up to the sky and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It was incomparably mournful. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me, do you regret it now?" Wang Yu nodded repeatedly. The pain made him break out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Qin Feiyang laughed and turned to Lu Zheng, saying, "Bring her back to the village." Lu Zheng waved his hand, rolled up Wang Jin, and flew back to the village with Qin Feiyang. As for Wang Yu, Qin Feiyang didn't kill him. Like a little chick, he twisted him in his hand. Because this kind of scum wasn't worthy of him killing. Chapter 12:20. In the village, the old people were drinking tea and chatting together. The children were playing on the lawn. It was a peaceful scene. But when Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng returned, the village immediately fell into chaos. Wang Jin. She's not dead? Everyone come and see. You're back. Hearing the cries, the people rushed to Qin Feiyang and the other three. What's going on? Why does Jin look so weak? And young Master Wang Yu, why is he also covered in injuries? Little brothers, how did they become like this? What happened? When they saw Wang Jin and Wang Yu's situation, the people asked at once. Lu Zheng was about to speak. Don't say it. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him. What's wrong? Lu Zheng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, Wang Jin is not married yet. If everyone knows that she has been abused by Wang Yu these days, how can she face others in the future? Lu Zheng was slightly taken aback and snickered inwardly. You're quite thoughtful. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, let's go directly to the village chief's house. Immediately, the two of them led Wang Jin and Wang Yu to the village chief's house. Little brothers, what's going on? Can you tell us? Seeing that Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were silent, the people asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, don't worry, everyone. I'll go to the village chief first and give you an explanation later. At the same time, facing the familiar faces around, Wang Jin hid behind Lu Zheng and lowered her head, not daring to look up at everyone. Don't be afraid. They won't know about you. Lu Zheng comforted her with a smile. You know what I'm thinking? Wang Jin whispered. Of course. Lu Zheng nodded. Which woman in the world didn't care about her reputation? Wang Jin was worried that the villagers would look down on her in the future, so she felt pressured. At the same time, Zhi's mother, come out quickly. Several villagers ran to Wang Xiaojie's house and shouted. What happened? The woman came out of the inner room. Your daughter is back. It's Jiang Fei and Jiang Zheng. They brought her back. The villagers laughed. What? The woman's body trembled. Where is my sister? Xiaojie Wang ran out of the house and asked excitedly. They went to the village head's house. Young Master Wang Yu is also here, but he and Jin are both injured, and it looks quite serious. The villagers said. Injured? Wang Xiaojie's expression changed, and he immediately ran towards the village head's house. Jie, wait for me. The woman hurriedly chased after him. Wang Yu is here too. Looks like Wang Jin's disappearance really has something to do with him. Sigh, what a sin. At this time, Lu Hong also walked out. Looking at the backs of Wang Xiaojie and the woman, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She also slowly followed. The village head's house. The village chief was sitting in front of the tea table in the hall, drinking his morning tea. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, giving him a fright. The tea spilled out. He thought it was Wang Yu and was about to get angry. Because in this village, only Wang Yu dared to be so rude in front of him. But when he looked up, his expression suddenly froze. The teacup in his hand also fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Qin Feiyang stood at the door, looked coldly at the village chief, and walked in with Wang Yu. Lu Zheng and Wang Jin followed closely behind. "Close the door," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Wang Jin quickly turned around and closed the door. At this moment, there were already many people gathered outside the door. Looking at the closed door, they were all puzzled. Was there something that they couldn't know? In the hall, Qin Feiyang casually threw Wang Yu on the ground, walked to the tea table, and sat opposite the village chief. He chuckled and said, "Drinking morning tea, you really know how to enjoy it." The village chief frowned and pointed at Wang Yu. "What do you mean by this? Don't you know what I mean?" Lu Zheng sneered. The village chief's pupils constricted and he said in a deep voice, "Then what do you want?" He didn't quibble, because Wang Jin was also there. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that Qin Feiyang and Wang Jin must have known the truth. Qin Feiyang said, "Kill him." The village chief said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Aren't you asking the obvious? Of course it's your son." "Father, don't," Wang Yu panicked and hurriedly cried out. "Shut up. I've already told you not to mess around, but you didn't listen. Now you're afraid?" The village chief shouted, his face as gloomy as water. Lu Zheng made a shushing gesture and said, "Lower your voice, there are many people outside. If they hear you, you and your son might have a hard time." A trace of disdain crawled up the village chief's face. "I know. With your strength, you and your son don't take them seriously, but don't forget that we're here. Of course, if you have the confidence to kill us, then it's a different story." Lu Zheng joked. The village chief said in a deep voice, "We're all cultivators. There's no need to make a fuss over some ordinary people." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "It's precisely because they're ordinary people that we intervened. Stop talking nonsense and do it." "Impossible." The village chief shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you think you have a choice?" "Of course." The village chief chuckled and returned to his seat. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Wang Jin, he said lightly, "I'm highly respected in the village and you're just outsiders. If I tell everyone that you're the ones who kidnapped Wang Jin, who do you think they'll believe? Amazing, you can still make a false accusation. But Wang Jin is still alive. Someone will believe her words." Lu Zheng sneered. "Ask?" The village chief sneered and looked at Wang Jin. He asked with a smile, "Tell Grandpa Village Chief, who hurt you? Before you answer, you have to think carefully. Your brother and mother are very worried about you." It was obvious. He was threatening Wang Jin. If Wang Jin dared to speak the truth, he would kill her brother and mother. Wang Jin panicked and looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Jin, blocking the village chief's gaze. He smiled and said, "Then tell me, what good solution do you have?" "Leave the village immediately. After you leave, we'll naturally let Wang Jin go. And I promise to take good care of her family in the future. It can be considered as making up for the harm you or caused her." The village chief smiled. Lu Zheng's gaze turned cold. He shouted, "Can this kind of harm be made up for by money and material goods? For these pitiful worms living at the bottom of society, what can't money and material goods replace?" The village chief said, his tone full of disdain. Lu Zheng shook his head and said, "You're too arrogant. Do you think that you can play with the dignity and fate of others just because you have some cultivation? The weak are prey to the strong. This has always been the law of survival in this world. As cultivators, you don't need this old man to remind you." The village chief sneered. "Indeed, I don't need you to remind me. But I have to remind you that if you don't kill Wang Yu now, you and your father will die later." Lu Zheng said with a grin. "Who do you think you're talking to?" The village chief's gaze turned cold, and a wisp of emperor's might emerged. War emperor? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were surprised. Moreover, when the village chief released his emperor's might, Qin Feiyang also felt a bloody aura that he hated. "Although I don't know your cultivation, you don't look old. No matter how strong you are, you can't be that strong. So, two young people, be sensible. Life is precious. Don't seek your own death." The village chief withdrew his emperor's might and looked at the two indifferently. Wang Yu was no longer afraid. He stood up and stood behind the village chief, looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two mockingly. Lu Zheng transmitted his voice. Have you determined his cultivation? 1-star War Emperor. Qin Feiyang thought. However, he was extremely confused. What was that bloody aura that he hated? Lu Zheng's pupils shrank. Not simple. There was actually a 1-star War Emperor hiding in a village. But why were the father and son hiding in this village? The village chief looked at the two arrogantly and said, "This old man's patience is limited. Get lost now." "You're going too far?" Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. Viper and Dan Wangkai immediately appeared. The father and son were shocked. There were companions? A mere war emperor dares to be arrogant in front of our young master. You have guts. The two sneered and released a wisp of emperor's might. War emperor? He actually has 2 war emperors with him. The village chief's gaze trembled. What surprised him the most was the way Viper and Dan Wangkai addressed Qin Feiyang. Young master. Although it was just a simple address, the hidden meaning behind it was extraordinary. Only the direct descendants of some superforces would be addressed this way. For you. The village chief looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Viper snorted coldly and said, "Someone you can't afford to offend. Immediately do as the young master says. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The village chief's expression changed. He looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly and said, "Can you change the conditions? I only have 1 son. What does it have to do with me?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The village chief looked flustered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of a plan. His eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "How about this? I'll let Wang Yu marry Wang Jin and promise to treat her well for the rest of their lives." "Yes, yes, yes. I'll treat her well and hold her in the palm of my hand." Wang Yu also quickly promised. "I don't want to." Wang Jin shook her head. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Wang Yu said angrily, "Wang Jin, don't be stubborn. No one will be willing to marry you in your current state except for me." Lu Zheng said indifferently, "I'm willing to marry her." "You?" Wang Yu glared at Lu Zheng angrily. Qin Feiyang, Viper, and Dan Wangkai also looked at Lu Zheng in surprise. Wang Jin's face was also full of shock. Lu Zheng coughed dryly and said to Qin Feiyang and the other two telepathically, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just saying this to comfort her so that she won't be sad." Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Jin and said to himself, "Of course I won't misunderstand, but I'm afraid that she'll take it seriously." "She won't, right?" Lu Zheng glanced at Wang Jin from the corner of his eyes, feeling a little guilty. Chapter 12:21. The village chief clenched his fists. This was a blatant slap to his face. He stared at Qin Feiyang gloomily and asked, "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Qin Feiyang shook his head with an indifferent expression. The village chief said in a low voice, "Then if I kill him, will you let me go?" "Father." Wang Yu's body trembled as he looked at the village chief in disbelief. "Shut up." The village chief glared at him fiercely and turned to stare at Qin Feiyang, waiting for Qin Feiyang's reply. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he smiled. "If you can really do it, it's not impossible for me to let you go." The village chief immediately turned and stared at Wang Yu like a ferocious beast. "Father, you can't do this. I'm your son. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its own children." Wang Yu waved his hand as he retreated, looking extremely flustered. "I've already warned you repeatedly not to mess around in the village. You're the one who didn't listen. This is the price for disobeying me. Don't blame me. You asked for it." The village chief's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly raised his clenched hand and slapped the top of Wang Yu's head. "Ah!" Accompanied by a shrill scream, Wang Yu's head exploded like a watermelon. That bloody scene scared Wang Jin so much that he directly jumped into Lu Zheng's arms, trembling. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Wang Jin, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Why is there a scream coming from outside? What happened inside? When the people outside heard Wang Yu's scream, the surprise on their faces became even stronger. "I want to find my sister." Open the door and let me in. At the door. Wang Xiaojie knocked on the door with all his might. The woman standing at the side was also anxious. Lu Hong couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed Wang Xiaojie's wrist and frowned. Stop fooling around. When the matter is settled, your sister will naturally come out. Wang Xiaojie said, but inside. Lu Hong said, with your two brothers, no one can hurt your sister. Don't worry. Hearing this, Wang Xiaojie quieted down. Inside the hall. With a thud, Wang Yu's body fell to the ground. The village chief closed his eyes in pain, then turned to Qin Feiyang, gritted his teeth and asked, are you satisfied now? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, you should be asking Wang Jinman if he's satisfied, not me. Village chief looked at Wang Jin and said, I've already killed this bastard. Can you forgive me? Wang Jin glanced at Wang Yu and saw the blood on the ground. Her face turned pale and she hid in Lu Zheng's arms again. Qin Feiyang said, it seems that she can't forgive you. The village chief's expression changed and he said angrily, but you promised me just now that as long as I kill him, you will let me go. Dan Wangkai sneered, you're getting old. Is there something wrong with your ears? My young master only said that it's not impossible to let you go, but he didn't say that he must let you go. The village chief's face turned pale. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng and said, I have something to ask him. Take her out first. Lu Zheng nodded, turned around, and helped Wang Jin to the door. When the door was opened, Wang Xiaojie and the woman immediately ran in. Sister, Jiu. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows and hurriedly led Wang Jin out. Then, he closed the door so that no one would see the bloody scene inside. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the village chief. Tell me, why are you and your father hiding here? The village chief hurriedly said, we're tired of the killing outside, so we're living in seclusion here for peace and happiness. Do you think I'll believe you? If you're really tired of killing, why are you running amok here? Qin Feiyang sneered. I'm not. You can go and ask everyone. Everyone can see how good I am to them. The village chief said aggrievedly. Qin Feiyang said, then why did I hear you say that the people in this village are just a group of animals you're rearing? You, the village chief looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Are you wondering how I know? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and took out the image crystal. The image recorded yesterday slowly unfolded in the void. How is this possible? Looking at the image, the village chief's old face was full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, just now, who do you think the villagers will believe? Actually, I'm not worried at all because I have this evidence in my hands. I just don't want to make things difficult for Wang Jin in the future, so I haven't taken it out. The village chief collapsed on the ground weakly like a dead dog. It turned out that the other party already had irrefutable evidence. He had been so arrogant before. How ridiculous! Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, if you want to live, you have to tell the truth. The village chief said, I really don't talk nonsense. A person like you definitely won't live in seclusion here because you're tired of the killing outside. What is your goal? Tell me. Qin Feiyang shouted. The village chief's body trembled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. A bone-piercing killing intent appeared in his eyes. Naive. Dan Wangkai smiled coldly. Like a ghost, he instantly landed in front of the village chief and then slapped his lower abdomen. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the village chief's lower abdomen was torn apart by the battle qi, and his qi was torn apart. Dan Wangkai coldly snorted, we've seen a lot of people like you, so you better behave yourself. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and suddenly said, give him a facial restoration pill. Facial restoration pill? Dan Wangkai was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dan Wangkai didn't understand, but he didn't ask much. He took out a facial restoration pill and stuffed it into the village chief's mouth. Time passed by breath. More than 10 breaths later, the village chief's appearance didn't change at all. Did I guess wrong? Qin Feiyang frowned. Just now he was thinking that the people in this village were all ordinary people. How could the village chief be a cultivator? So he suspected that the original village chief had been killed and this person was a fake. Who would have thought that it was actually true? Qin Feiyang said, "What's your relationship with Master Shin?" Since there was no problem with the identity of the village chief, he must be related to Master Shin. The village chief just looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. "I'll make you talk." Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the village chief was immediately sent to the castle. Another pitiful person. Viper sighed. He reaped what he sowed. Why don't you just tell us the truth? Why did he have to go in and suffer? Dan Wangkai shook his head and sneered. Fatso and the white-eyed wolf's means of torture were not a joke. After a while, the village chief couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Feiyang took him out of the castle, only to see that the village chief was stripped naked. The previous toughness was gone. He covered his buttocks and there was only fear in his eyes. "What's the situation? Why are you covering your buttocks? Don't tell me he was raped?" Viper and Dan Wangkai looked at each other. Actually, with the character of the white-eyed wolf, it was really possible for him to do such a thing. Dan Wangkai coughed, holding back his laughter, and said, "Now tell me, what's your relationship with Master Shin?" The village chief said in horror, "I can't tell you. If I tell you, even if you don't kill me, they won't let me go." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It turned out that it was not only Master Shin, there were others. "Who are you talking about?" Dan Wangkai asked. "I really can't tell you. Kill me please." The village chief shook his head and looked at the three of them. Dan Wangkai grinned and said, "It seems that you still want to go to the castle." No, I'll tell you. The village chief hurriedly waved his hand in horror. To think that he was raped at such an old age? He had lost all his face. "Then tell me quickly," Dan Wangkai said angrily. His patience was almost worn out. The village chief quivered and said, "I don't know who they are. I only know that they belong to a mysterious organization, and they are very strong. Even you are not their opponents." Dan Wangkai and Viper looked at each other. So scary? As for Qin Feiyang, he leaned back in his seat and remained silent, as if he was thinking about something. The village chief said, "Master Shin is a 5-star combat emperor, and Master Shin is the weakest among them." A 5-star combat emperor is the weakest? This time, even Qin Feiyang could not stay calm. He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock. He did not expect that there was such a terrifying and mysterious force in the Great Qin Empire. Wait, could it be the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire? The more he thought about it, the more Qin Feiyang felt that it was possible. Because other than the Great Qin Empire, only the former Heavenly Sun Empire could cultivate so many experts. Continue asking. After a while, Qin Feiyang said to Dan Wangkai and returned to the chair, lost in thought. Dan Wangkai looked at the village chief and said, "How did you know them?" "I don't know. Because before me, the people in our village already knew them." The village chief said. Dan Wangkai was slightly stunned and frowned. "Everyone in the village knows?" The village chief waved his hand and said, No, I didn't make it clear. All the village chiefs know, the other villagers don't know." "You mean all the village chiefs of this village are related to that mysterious organization?" Dan Wangkai said. "We take orders from them, and they give us elixirs and battle arts to help us cultivate." The village chief nodded. Dan Wangkai said, "What do they want you to do?" The village chief said, "You don't have to do anything. You just have to manage this village and not let the villagers go to the outside world or contact the outside world." "So it was you who created this isolated village. But what right do you have to do this? They are humans, not animals. They have their own choices and freedom, understand?" Dan Wangkai said angrily. Yes. The village chief nodded repeatedly. Dan Wangkai took a deep breath and asked, "Where are the previous village chiefs now?" The village chief said, "They all entered that mysterious organization in the end and never appeared again." Dan Wangkai said, "Do you know where that mysterious organization is?" The village chief shook his head. "It seems that we have to start with this Master Shin." Dan Wangkai said in a low voice, "We heard from Wang Xiaojie and his mother that every 2 years Master Shin would come to the village to recruit disciples, right?" The village chief nodded. Dan Wangkai said, Then are the children in the village really there to cultivate, or is there some other purpose? I don't know. The village chief shook his head. Dan Wangkai asked, when will Master Shin come next time? The village chief thought and said, for months. For months, Dan Wangkai murmured and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had been thinking, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Seeing this, Dan Wangkai didn't disturb him and waited quietly. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, Chapter 12:22. Lying. Dan Wangkai and Viper looked at each other, then turned to look at the village chief, a cold light flashing in their eyes. The village chief panicked and hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not lying. Since you said that you're not lying, then let me ask you, when did you start cultivating? Qin Feiyang said. I've been cultivating since I was young. Because that mysterious organization has a rule that before I step down, I must first nurture the next village chief. For example, my son Wang Yu. If I want to step down, I have to nurture him first. The village chief said. Qin Feiyang said, then how old are you now? The village chief said, 85. Dan Wangkai immediately said angrily, ridiculous, even if you started cultivating at the age of 5, only 80 years have passed. To be able to break through to the War King in 80 years, who are you lying to? Do you think you're a peerless genius? He finally understood why Qin Feiyang said that the village chief was lying. A cultivator, especially someone who had reached the War King realm, could live for at least a few thousand years. And as the village chief of this village, seeing him live for so long, wouldn't the other villagers be suspicious? Definitely. Not only would they be suspicious, they would also discuss it. But in these 2 days, they didn't hear anyone discussing this matter in the village. What did this mean? It meant that this person was not honest and was still lying to them. It's true, I'm not lying. From the time I started cultivating until now, I've only used 70 to 80 years. The village chief said anxiously. Dan Wangkai and Viper laughed out loud. Even they took 200 to 300 years to cultivate to the level of a 9-star war saint. One had to know. They were also the top 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea. In terms of talent, they were the top existences in the entire Forgotten Continent. But this old thing said that it only took 70 to 80 years. Didn't that mean that his talent was even better than theirs? What a joke! Qin Feiyang frowned. Under such circumstances, the village chief shouldn't dare to lie. But why? If the village chief had opened the door of potential, then it would definitely be possible. However, he didn't see the potential mark on the village chief's chest. Qin Feiyang asked, how did you do it? It's a type of pill. The village chief said. Medicinal pills? Dan Wangkai and Viper looked at each other. What kind of pill could allow someone to improve so quickly? Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing the word medicinal pill, he thought of a type of medicinal pill, the blood fiend pill. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, what kind of medicinal pill? Take it out and let me see. The Qingkuan bag is in the study. I'll go get it now. The village chief nodded and got up from the ground. He covered his butt and limped towards the study room. Qin Feiyang also got up and followed him. Viper rubbed his chin and said with a sneaky smile, looking at him, it seems like he was really raped. He's already so old, yet he's still being tortured like this. How pitiful. The shadow in his heart probably won't disappear for the rest of his life. Dan Wangkai chuckled. When he heard the two of them discussing, the village chief who was walking in front could not help but stiffen up as his heart was filled with shame. Viper hollered, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Gritting his teeth, the village chief endured his anger and entered the study room. Even though it was called a study room, there wasn't a single book inside. Instead, it was filled with ornamental artwork. The village chief walked to a jade bottle and reached out to grab it, turning it forcefully. Boom! Accompanied by a deep rumble, the ground in the middle of the study room split open and an underground secret chamber appeared before the eyes of Qin Feiyang and the other two. The secret chamber wasn't big and was about 5 feet wide. In the middle, there was a stone platform with a Qingkuan bag on it. Qin Feiyang said to Viper. Viper nodded and leaped into the secret chamber. Grabbing the Qingkuan bag, he lowered his head to check it. Very quickly, Viper's face darkened as he leaped up and landed beside Qin Feiyang. Glaring at the village chief coldly, he took out a blood-red pill and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not take it and merely looked at the pill quietly. However, his eyes were filled with a shocking killing intent. The pill was blood-red as though it was condensed from fresh blood and emitted a shocking malevolent aura. That was right. That was the blood termination pill. Furthermore, there were 3 pill patterns on the blood termination pill. He's worse than a beast. Dan Wangkai was enraged as well. He turned to the village chief and hollered, "Do you know what that pill is?" The village chief shook his head. Dan Wangkai hollered, "That's a blood termination pill. It's refined from human flesh. Do you know that?" As one of the 10 greats of Azure Sea, be it Viper or Dan Wangkai, their hands were stained with blood. However, they had never thought of refining a blood termination pill. That was because the word evil was no longer needed to describe the refinement of a blood termination pill. It was completely heartless and inhumane. Human flesh. The village chief's body shuddered as he stared at the blood termination pill and vomited. In the past, he only knew that this pill was magical, but he had never thought that it was refined from human flesh. Taking a blood termination pill is equivalent to eating a living person. In the past 70 or 80 years, how many people have you eaten? Dan Wangkai said in disgust. For this kind of person, even if he was cut into 1,000 pieces and crushed into ashes, it would still be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. The village chief's mind trembled as he vomited even more violently. Viper said, "Your son broke through to 1-star battle saints so quickly. He must have also taken a blood termination pill." The village chief nodded. Viper snorted coldly, "You and your father both deserve to die. Don't kill me. I really didn't know that this pill was refined from human flesh. I regret it now." The village chief knelt on the ground and cried bitterly as he looked at the 3 people. Qin Feiyang looked at him indifferently and asked, "You really don't know who I am?" "I don't know. Although our cultivation is not bad, that mysterious organization did not allow us to leave the village. Usually, Master Shen only taught us cultivation and gave us pills. He never mentioned the situation outside to us." The village chief shook his head. Dan Wangkai said in disdain, "If they don't allow you to leave, you won't leave. You really are 2 obedient dogs." The village chief's heart was incomparably bitter. "Kill them." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned to walk out of the study. "Don't. I beg you, spare my old life. I will be your slave and serve you tea." The village chief's eyes trembled. He quickly begged and kowtowed. "Bang bang. We don't need a scum like you." Viper smiled coldly. A wisp of poisonous gas drilled into the village chief's forehead. "Ah!" The village chief immediately hugged his head and howled miserably on the ground. Not long after, the village chief's flesh and blood all rotted away. Finally, only a white skeleton was left. Then, Dan Wangkai and Master Shen walked out of the study. They saw Qin Feiyang sitting beside the tea table in the hall. Hence, they walked over. "Take a look inside his Jianghu bag. Is there anything related to that mysterious organization? As for the blood demon pills, destroy them all." Qin Feiyang said. Viper and Master Shen nodded. A moment later, Viper raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and said, "No, other than the blood demon pills, there are only some herbs and gold coins." Qin Feiyang said, "It seems that we can only wait for Master Shen to come before we can find out the answer." Dan Wangkai frowned and said, "But we still have to wait for 4 months before he comes. Are we going to waste so much time here? This mysterious organization refines so many blood demon pills. It must be extraordinary. I have to investigate it clearly. And I can afford to wait for 4 months. Moreover, I can wait while cultivating. 4 months should be enough for me to break through to 1-star War Emperor." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He was only 1 step away from becoming a War Emperor. At that time, he would activate the kill formula. If the false god didn't appear, who would be able to fight against him? "Then do you have any suspects?" Dan Wangkai asked. "Just now, I was thinking that this mysterious organization should be the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire. But when I saw the blood demon pills, I felt that it wasn't the case. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? Dan Wangkai and Master Shen were suspicious. Mu Tianyang has all the pill formulas in the pill scripture. If these people are really the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire, then the village chief and his son should be able to unlock the door of potential. Qin Feiyang said. Viper asked, could it be that they don't fully trust the village chief and his son? That's possible. But there's another very important factor. This factor is Lu Xingchen. If the mysterious organization is really the remnants of the Heavenly Sun Empire, then Lu Xingchen would definitely think of ways to hide it from me. Why would he let me come to the reincarnation ocean? Although there are many paths to the reincarnation ocean and they might not pass through this village, what if I bump into him? Wouldn't that be disadvantageous to him? Based on my understanding of Lu Xingchen, he would never do something that would harm himself. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. But apart from the Heavenly Sun Empire, who else could nurture such a powerful and mysterious force? And after thousands of years, no one has discovered it. Viper and Dan Wangkai frowned. Suddenly, their gazes trembled as they raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. They said in shock, could it be your father? Qin Feiyang's eyes glowed. Apart from the fallen Heavenly Sun Empire, it seemed that only the current emperor had this ability. If it's really him, I will kill him with my own hands. He clenched his fists and said word by word. Dan Wangkai and Master Shen looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The truth of this matter was probably not far from what they had guessed. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, stood up, and said, dispose of their bodies. Then you two disguise yourselves as the father and son and wait for Master Shen to take the bait. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? When he comes, can't we just take him down and be done with it? Dan Wangkai said disdainfully. It's not that simple. Since he belongs to the mysterious organization, Master Shen's mouth must be very tight. Therefore, we can't confront him directly. Moreover, dealing with Master Shen is only secondary to my arrangement. The main reason is to appease the villagers of this village. Think about it. If they know that the village chief and his son were killed by us, what will they do? It will definitely cause a commotion and they will ask us why. How will we explain it at that time? We can't tell them the truth. If we do, Wang Jin will be too ashamed to live. Chapter 12:23. They'll find out about the death of the village chief and his son sooner or later. If you don't tell them the truth, you'll have to take the blame. Dan Wangkai frowned. That's right. Viper nodded. When the villagers found out about the death of the village chief and his son, they would definitely think of what happened today. By then, they would naturally think that they were the ones who killed the father and son. If they told them the truth, the villagers would definitely thank them. However, if they didn't tell them the truth, the villagers would definitely hate them. They might even be labeled as someone who killed the innocent and disregarded human life. This was a stark contrast. We can only protect Wang Jin's reputation. Even if I have to take the blame, it doesn't matter. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dan Wangkai and Viper smiled helplessly. Alright, you guys deal with it. I'll go find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the portal. He walked in without looking back. Sometimes the young master is scary, but sometimes he's touching. After the portal disappeared, Viper shook his head and sighed. Yeah. I don't think there are many people in the world who would go to such lengths for a person he met by chance. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's deal with it quickly. Dan Wangkai smiled. He dragged Wang Yu's body into the study and threw it into the secret room. Viper also found a few pieces of cloth and wiped the blood on the ground. After everything was cleaned up, the two of them took the illusion pills and changed into the appearance of the father and son. They opened the door and walked out. Village Chief. Young Master Wang Yu, are you okay? The villagers outside immediately asked with concern. However, Wang Jin's face was full of surprise. She clearly saw Wang Yu being killed with her own eyes. How did he appear in front of her alive? Lu Zheng and Lu Hong were also suspicious. Viper looked at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong and smiled secretly. It's us. The two of them suddenly realized. Village chief, say something. The villagers urged impatiently. It's nothing. Dan Wangkai waved his hand and smiled. Then what's with the screams inside? The villagers were puzzled. Dan Wangkai smiled and said, it was just a small accident. It's fine now. Everyone, disperse. You scared us to death. We thought you were fighting inside. Oh right, where's little brother Jianghu? Why don't I see him? Everyone looked around the hall. Dan Wangkai said, he left through the back door. I think he's going to do something. He'll be back soon. This little brother is really a busy person. Yes, I've been in the village for 2 days, but I've only seen him once. You've seen him once, but I haven't even seen him once. Everyone began to talk at once. Dan Wangkai waved his hand again and said, all right, there will be more opportunities in the future. Let's disperse. All right, we'll get going then. Call us if you need anything. Everyone left in 2s and 3s. In the end, only Lu Zheng, Lu Hong, Wang Jin, Wang Xiaojie, and the woman were left. Dan Wangkai looked at Wang Xiaojie and the woman and said with a faint smile, you two go back first. The mother and son were a little hesitant. Dan Wangkai said, don't worry, Brother Jiang and Miss Lu will bring Jin back later. The father and son looked at Lu Zheng and Wang Xiaojie. Lu Hong nodded at them, and then the mother and son turned to leave. After the mother and son left, Dan Wangkai looked at Wang Jin and said, young master has helped you hide what Wang Yu did to you. Don't feel inferior in the future, and don't do stupid things. Live well. Wang Jin nodded respectfully. Dan Wangkai continued, also, if the villagers ask, what's with the injuries on your body? You were injured by a wild beast. Wang Jin nodded again. Dan Wangkai smiled, looked at Lu Zheng and Wang Xiaojie and said, that's all. Take her back. Wait, where's my little cousin? Lu Zheng asked secretly. Needless to say, the village chief must be dead, but how could something happen to Qin Feiyang? And he left through the back door? Dan Wangkai said, young master said that he's going to cultivate in seclusion. We don't know where he went. Cultivating in seclusion? Isn't he going to the Sea of Reincarnation? Lu Zheng frowned. He's going. But young master said that he wants to investigate the mysterious organization. You don't know yet, but the village chief and his son have been taking blood evil pills all these years, and the blood evil pills came from that mysterious organization. Dan Wangkai said secretly. Mysterious organization? Blood evil pills? What's going on? Lu Zheng and Lu Hong looked at each other, and then looked at Dan Wangkai and Wang Xiaojie suspiciously. Before they interrogated the village chief, Lu Zheng took Wang Jin out, so he didn't know what happened later. Dan Wangkai explained briefly. I'll go. Master Xin is a 5-star combat emperor? And he's the weakest in that mysterious organization? This is a bit ridiculous. Lu Zheng and Lu Hong were shocked. Dan Wangkai said secretly, that's how it is. Let's take these 4 months as self-cultivation. I don't care. Lu Zheng shrugged and asked secretly, but Master Xin is so strong. Little cousin, are you sure you can defeat him? Since young master has chosen to stay, he should have some confidence. Dan Wangkai frowned, not daring to be sure. Then let's take one step at a time. Lu Zheng smiled faintly, looked down at Wang Jin and said, let's go back. Wang Jin lowered her head and asked softly, are they the village chief and Wang Yu? This is a secret. I can't tell you for the time being. Anyway, they won't hurt you anymore. Lu Zheng smiled. Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully with a red face, thank you. You're a good person. Lu Zheng laughed dryly. Then, Lu Zheng and Wang Xiaojie left with Wang Jin. What young master is worried about might really happen. Looking at Wang Jin's back, Dan Wangkai whispered. What is young master worried about? Viper was suspicious. Have you forgotten so quickly? Not long ago, Wang Yu said that except for him, no one would be willing to marry Wang Jin. Lu Zheng said that he was willing. Look at Wang Jin now. She has already developed a dependence on Lu Zheng. I think Lu Zheng is going to be in trouble. Dan Wangkai smiled gloatingly. Viper looked up at Wang Jin's back, and his eyes darted around. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "If that's the case, then it's going to be interesting." Gradually, peace returned to the village. In the beginning, Wang Jin often sat alone in a daze, or hid in the house, unwilling to go out. After all, after such a thing happened, no matter which woman it was, she would definitely not be able to get over it in a short time. However, under Lu Zheng and Lu Hong's guidance, she slowly walked out of the shadows and regained a lot of vitality. Her mental outlook also gradually changed. However, as Dan Wangkai and Wang Xiaojie expected, Wang Jin's dependence on Lu Zheng became stronger, and she often stuck to him. She also served tea, washed clothes, and cooked. At first, Lu Zheng did not take it to heart. He only thought that Wang Jin did these things because she was grateful to him for saving her life. However, slowly he felt that something was amiss. Wasn't she being too passionate? Finally, one day he accidentally saw Wang Jin sitting alone in the house and drawing a portrait of him. Moreover, Wang Jin's eyes were filled with adoration when she looked at him in the portrait. He immediately realized that something was wrong. However, he could not bear to say it out loud. Wang Jin had just recovered. If he confessed directly, it would definitely hurt her again. Therefore, he went to Lu Hong and Dan Wangkai for help. Would the three of them help? Definitely not. They all looked like they were watching a show. This made him very angry. He sent a message to Qin Feiyang, but Qin Feiyang could not be bothered with him. There was no other way. He could only slowly distance himself from Wang Jin. He wanted to use this attitude to let Wang Jin understand his feelings. However, not only did Wang Jin not understand what he meant, but she also stuck to him even more. This caused him to be worried. It was as if he was playing hide-and-seek with Wang Jin all day long. As soon as he saw Wang Jin appear, he would immediately run away. As for Dan Wangkai and Viper, they usually cultivated in the house. They would only go out if there was something important. As for Lu Hong, she often interacted with the villagers. Sometimes she even accompanied the villagers to go hunting. After a while, everyone became familiar with each other. The villagers here also liked her very much. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very sensible. However, she did not forget to cultivate. Usually, when it was late at night, she would leave the village alone and find a place to cultivate in silence. There was also Wang Xiaojie. Ever since he saw the methods of Qin Feiyang and the other two, he admired the three of them. In the beginning, because he was still unfamiliar with them, he was too embarrassed to ask. However, after he became familiar with Lu Hong and the other two, he pestered the two of them every day to teach him cultivation. No matter what Lu Hong wanted to do, she had to ask Qin Feiyang first. This had already become a habit, so she did not agree easily. As for Lu Zheng, in order to avoid Wang Jin, he lived in fear all day long and was even on the verge of collapse. How could he be in the mood to teach Wang Xiaojie? If it were not for the fact that he had to investigate that mysterious organization, he would have left. So, whenever Wang Xiaojie mentioned that he wanted to cultivate, he would directly ignore him or push the blame to Qin Feiyang. What he meant was, if you want to cultivate, you can go to your uncle Jiang Fei first. If he agrees, I will teach you. Later, Wang Xiaojie squatted at the entrance of the village every day, waiting for Qin Feiyang to return. But day after day, let alone Qin Feiyang, there was not even a shadow of him. Just like that, for months passed. Early in the morning, outside the village, in a mountain stream hundreds of miles away, a terrifying emperor's aura suddenly erupted. The fierce beasts within 100 miles were all alarmed. Looking at a short mountain that was dozens of feet high, their fierce eyes were full of awe. On a blue stone at the top of the mountain, a young man in white was sitting cross-legged. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. His eyes were closed, and his facial features were as sharp as knives. His two sword-like eyebrows exuded a threatening aura. In the impression of these fierce beasts, this young man in white came 4 months ago. At that time, they were still thinking, how could a human be so stupid as to take the initiative to come to their door? But when they swarmed up and were ready to enjoy this delicious meal, a strange thing happened. This human, with just a wave of his hand, killed several nearby saint beasts. This frightened them and they all fled for their lives. However, They did not know if this human was kind or not, but he did not chase after them. Since then, they did not dare to act rashly again. And the young man in white had been cultivating on the top of the mountain, never leaving half a step. Chapter 12:24. This white-clothed youth was Qin Feiyang. After 4 months of closed-door cultivation, his cultivation had finally broken through and stepped into the one-star war emperor. His battle strength had doubled. Shua. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out. Now, with his methods, he could completely contend against the current emperor. However, after stepping into the war emperor, every time he broke through a small realm, the time he would need would definitely be longer. It was easy to deal with an emperor alone, but to contend against the entire Great Qin Empire, he would need to at least have the cultivation of a 9-star war sect. Moreover, his enemies were not just the Great Qin Empire. There was also Mu Tianyang, the Mu family, and the Pill Pagoda of the Forgotten Continent. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the true background of these superpowers. Therefore, he couldn't be complacent and had to continue working hard. Whew! Qin Feiyang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, retracted his emperor's might, and took out the image crystal. Buzz. So, Dan Wangkai and Viper's images appeared. Greetings, young master. The 2 of them stood in the village chief's study and bowed. Is Master Shin here? Qin Feiyang asked. Not yet. According to our side inquiries, Master Shin usually only comes at noon. Dan Wangkai said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then laughed. It's still early, I'll go take a look at the 6-word divine arts and pill scripture first. You broke through? The 2 of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. So fast? The 2 of them were dumbstruck. Although they had both opened the door of potential, in terms of talent, they were still inferior to Qin Feiyang by quite a bit. Because in these 4 months, none of them had broken through. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned off the image crystal, and entered the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the nearby beasts heaved a sigh of relief. Inside the castle. What's going on? Just as he entered the castle, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The entire castle was now emitting rays of dazzling divine light. Furthermore, on the ground of the ancient castle, a 5-pointed star pattern appeared. The pattern was white, and it rotated on its own, emitting a dazzling light. We don't know either. Just as you were breaking through, the castle suddenly changed. Fatso, Wolf King, and the other beasts gathered together and looked at the pentagram under their feet and the divine light on the surrounding walls. Their faces were also full of shock and bewilderment. A sudden change? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Just in case, he led everyone out of the ancient castle and appeared on the mountain peak. Why are you here again? You even brought so many companions? The nearby ferocious beasts panicked and turned around to flee. How could Qin Feiyang be in the mood to care about them? With a thought, the ancient castle appeared on his glabella. Rumble. Immediately, a terrifying divine might gushed out from the ancient castle. This divine might made Fatso and the others turn pale with fright, and an uncontrollable fear emerged in their hearts. What's going on? Why would it awaken on its own for no reason? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Fatso said, could it be that there was some kind of seal in this ancient castle in the past, and when you broke through to the warlord realm, the seal was automatically removed? Seal. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. It seemed that Lu Xingchen had said something like this before. You guys wait outside, I'll go in and take a look. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he entered the castle again. The pentagram on the ground was still there, like a compass, spinning non-stop, and the light was even brighter than before. Boom. Suddenly, 5 rays of divine light emerged from the 5 points on the pentagram, respectively merging into the walls above, front, back, left, and right. An even more surprising scene appeared. Above, front, back, left, and right walls, an identical pentagram appeared. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. What exactly did these pentagrams represent? He glanced at the 6 pentagrams, carefully raised his hand, and reached out to the pentagram on the wall in front of him. But when he came into contact with the pentagram, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Qin Feiyang was completely confused. After a while, the 6 pentagrams fused into the wall and disappeared. The divine light on the ancient castle also gradually faded. Crack! But just as the divine light faded, a deafening sound rang out in the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a crack on the left wall of the ancient castle. The crack continued to extend to both sides, and finally formed a door. Qin Feiyang was completely dumbfounded. First, there were 6 strange pentagrams, and now there was a cracked door. What was going on? He swallowed his saliva, walked to the door, raised his arm, pressed his big hand on the door, and pushed with force. Immediately, he was surprised. He couldn't push it open? One had to know. With his current strength, it was enough to destroy a mountain, but at this moment, he couldn't push this door open? He took a deep breath, shook his arms suddenly, and attacked with all his strength. But the door in front of him still didn't move. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. A door appeared but he couldn't open it? What was behind this door? He tried a few more times but still couldn't open it, so he left the ancient castle. How is it? Fatso and others quickly surrounded him. It's so strange. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's strange? Everyone was surprised. When I went in just now, pentagrams also appeared on the other 5 walls, and a stone door appeared on one of the walls. Qin Feiyang said. Stone door. Everyone's eyes widened. This was too strange, wasn't it? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ancient castle fell into his palm, and the divine light on it gradually faded. Fatso glanced at the ancient castle and said, although I don't know what's going on, something must have happened to it. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, the ancient castle turned into a ray of black light and entered the space between his eyebrows. And just as the ancient castle entered the space between his eyebrows, a huge amount of information poured into his mind like a tide. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and quickly closed his eyes to check the information. Gradually, his face was filled with ecstasy. What's going on? Seeing this, Fatty, Wolf King, and the other beasts stared at him suspiciously. But they didn't say anything, because they knew that Qin Feiyang must have found something. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a cry of surprise, and even his breathing became rapid. Fatso and Wolf King were even more curious. So that's how it is, huh? So that's how it is. A moment later, Qin Feiyang suddenly burst into laughter. His face was filled with excitement, and he was so excited that his speech became somewhat incoherent. Little Qin Zi, what do you know? Quick, tell us. White-eyed Wolf urged impatiently. Yes. Tell us quickly. Let's have fun together. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining, and said with a smile, as you expected, the ancient castle has indeed changed, and it's an earth-shaking change. What change? Everyone was surprised. I'll take you to the ancient castle first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and everyone immediately appeared in the ancient castle. A door really did appear. Fatty, Wolf King, and the other beasts immediately noticed the stone door. They all gathered around it, their eyes filled with surprise. Can this be opened? The pangolin turned to Qin Feiyang and asked. It can't be opened. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fatso waved his big sleeve and said arrogantly, Get out of the way. Fat Lord will have a try. Wolf King and the other beasts stepped aside. Fatso calmed down for a moment, then the battle chi in his palm surged, and he suddenly slapped it. Boom. He used all his strength, but the stone door didn't move at all. Damn it. Fatso was dumbfounded on the spot. You're useless. Get out of the way. I'll do it. Wolf King glanced at Fatso disdainfully, walked to the door in high spirits, and slammed it with his paw. But the stone door didn't move at all. Wolf King was embarrassed. Why can't it be opened? Everyone was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, Don't bother. We can't open this door. But Fatso asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, There is a seal on the door. I can only open it when I break through to the War God realm. There is really a seal? Fatso was surprised. Just now, a message appeared in my mind. According to the message, there are a total of 3 seals in the ancient castle. The first seal seals the ancient castle's abilities, such as movement, X-ray vision, sound transmission, and time array. As for the first seal, I need to break through to the 1-star war god realm. The second seal is this stone door. It needs to wait until I break through to the war god realm. As for the third seal, there is no record in the message. It might only appear when I open the second seal. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Everyone was enlightened. Spirit Snake Emperor said, wait, you said movement, X-ray vision, sound transmission, and time array? What the hell are these? Are you stupid? Movement means that the ancient castle can move in the future. Wait, Fatso said proudly. However, he suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in surprise, you said that the ancient castle can move? Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatty was stunned for a moment before he asked, does that mean that you can see what's outside with your X-ray vision? That's right. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The space in front of him shook and an image quickly appeared. The image showed the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked at each other and their eyes were filled with excitement. This is good. It will be easier to do things in the future, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Now that the ancient castle is exposed, it will not sink on its own. I can control it as I wish. Can you move it for us to see? The fatty said with a curious look on his face. Qin Feiyang moved his mind and the image in the image began to move backward. If there was a deity outside at this moment, he would be able to see a speck of dust moving rapidly in the sky above the mountain range. Fatso murmured, isn't this the same as Lu Xingqian's spatial divine item? Qin Feiyang nodded and said, now, not only can the ancient castle move, X-ray vision, it can also transmit sound transmission. How can it transmit sound transmission? Everyone was confused. Chapter 12:25. Really? Everyone was surprised. I can give it a try. Qin Feiyang smiled and disappeared in an instant, appearing in the sky above a desolate forest. The castle was now far away from the short mountain. Boss, can you hear me? Fatso's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Yes. Qin Feiyang thought, and his voice was clearly transmitted to Fatso's mind. Fatso was stunned, looked at Wolf King and the other beasts and said, it really works? You guys try it too. Little Qin Z. Qin Feiyang, Brother Qin, Little Qin, Brother Qin, Wolf King and the other beasts seemed to have found a fun toy, and they kept transmitting messages to Qin Feiyang, having a lot of fun. Qin Feiyang responded to them one by one, and then entered the castle again. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, it's much more convenient now, right? Yes, it's convenient. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang said, however, you can only transmit messages to me. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, for example, when Fatso and I are outside, you can only transmit messages to me, but not to Fatso. But everyone was puzzled. Because I'm the owner of the castle. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. For a moment, everyone was unable to refute, but they all rolled their eyes. Fatso asked, what's the time formation? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, this is serious. Before I tell you, you should be mentally prepared. I'm afraid you can't take it and go into shock on the spot. Is it that serious? Fatso was disdainful. It's not serious at all. Qin Feiyang said. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be joking, everyone looked at each other, took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and said in unison, tell us. Qin Feiyang said, I can't understand the mystery of the time formation now, but it can change the time in the castle. Change the time? Everyone was suspicious. It means that the time in the castle will be different from the time outside. According to the information, after the time formation appears, 10 days in the castle is 1 day outside. Qin Feiyang said, what? Tell us what it means. What does that mean? Why does it sound so strange? Everyone looked at him in surprise. It means that we've spent 10 days in the castle, but only 1 day has passed outside. Qin Feiyang said. Everyone was dumbfounded. 10 days in the castle was equivalent to 1 day outside? This was simply a fantasy story. Changing the rules of time, who can do such a heaven-defying thing? It's absolutely true, Qin Feiyang said. Fatso's breathing was rapid. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Fat Lord really can't take it anymore. Quickly give Fat Lord a slap to see if we are dreaming. Qin Feiyang didn't make a move, but the white-eyed wolf stood up and directly slapped Fatso's face, and then asked, Does it hurt? Nonsense, you used so much force, how can it not hurt? Fatso said angrily. Then it's not a dream. Wolf King said. Yes, it's not a dream, it's real. Fatso muttered to himself, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and asked again, Are you sure you're not joking with us? Do you think I'm in the mood now? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. This, Fatso was stunned. Wolf King and the other beasts were also stunned. This is too unbelievable. This is the first time they have heard of such a thing in their lives. It's too shocking, too heaven-defying. They can no longer use words to describe their feelings at this moment. Qin Feiyang said, However, although the information says so, we still have to confirm it. Yes, 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 we must confirm it clearly. Fatso nodded repeatedly. If it's true, then they will be rich. This was because they were basically cultivating in the castle. 10 days in the castle is 1 day outside. Then if they cultivate in the castle for 100 days, wouldn't only 10 days have passed outside? How much time would they save? Chirp. Suddenly, a high-pitched bird cry sounded. Everyone frowned. The bird's cry was sonorous and powerful. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a simple bird. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the scene in front of him moved. Suddenly, the scene was locked on the sky above a river. Above the river, there was a huge, ferocious bird, spreading its wings and flying. The ferocious bird was snow-white, with a long neck and a pair of sharp claws under its feet, emitting a terrifying cold light. On the back of the ferocious bird, there was an old man. The old man was wearing a pure white robe, fluttering in the wind. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, with a kind face, and exuded an immortal aura. Very strong. Fatso's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyang said, He is Immortal Crane, a 5-star war emperor. So it's him. Everyone nodded in realization. Fatso suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, That's not right. Didn't Dan Wangkai say that he usually comes at noon? He should have come early. I have to go to the village immediately. You guys calculate the time carefully. I want to see if the castle is so magical now. Qin Feiyang said. Everyone nodded. Swish. Qin Feiyang flashed and appeared above the barren forest. But as soon as he came out, he couldn't help but be stunned. That's not right. He could have driven the castle to follow him. Why did he have to come out? Immediately. He shook his head with a wry smile. The changes in the castle were too sudden. He still couldn't adapt. But since he had already come out, there was no need to go in again. Swish. He opened a portal and directly arrived at the village chief's house. Dan Wangkai and Viper were both meditating with their eyes closed. When they sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, they immediately opened their eyes and said with a smile, You're back. What's the 4th divine art? I haven't had time to see it yet. Qin Feiyang said. What's wrong? The two of them were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Immortal Crane is here. You guys get ready. Don't give yourself away. So early? The two of them raised their eyebrows. I saw it with my own eyes just now. I'll go out first. When you see him later, don't act rashly. Qin Feiyang warned. Understood. The two of them nodded. Then Qin Feiyang opened the door and walked out. Little brother, you're finally back. What have you been busy with? You've been busy for 4 months? During this time, how have you been? Have you been sick or anything? When Qin Feiyang appeared in the village, the villagers acted as if they had seen a long-lost relative. They surrounded him and asked about his well-being. I'm sorry. I didn't say goodbye to everyone before I left. Qin Feiyang said apologetically. For cultivators, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. But for mortals, 4 months was quite long. Everyone still remembered him. And they cared about him so much. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. You're not an outsider. Why are you apologizing? Little brother, it's fate that you came to our village. In the future, you can treat this village as your own home. You don't have to be polite with us. Being polite will make us unfamiliar, someone said with dissatisfaction. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded again and again. Except for the village chief and his son, the people here all had simple and kind hearts. It could be said that people like them were almost extinct in the outside world. So, he would never allow Master Shen and the mysterious organization to continue to hurt the people here. Chirp. Suddenly, a loud and clear chirp of a crane sounded outside the village. The chirp of a crane. It's Master Shen. Master Shen is here. Everyone, quickly inform everyone to gather here. The whole village suddenly boiled up. Everyone's face was full of joy and awe. A villager looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Little brother, do you know Master Shen? I've heard about him from Jie." Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Let me tell you, this Master Shen is a real immortal. Yes. Master Shen is omnipotent. When you see him later, you have to be careful with what you say." A few villagers warned him in a low voice. Qin Feiyang nodded. But looking at everyone who was in high spirits, a sadness that could not be dispelled rose in his heart. This was ignorance. Of course. He also knew. These villagers were innocent. They couldn't be blamed. Blame the mysterious organization, Master Shen, and the previous village chiefs. These people were too abominable. In less than 100 breaths, almost all the people in the village rushed over. Old people, children, adults. Everyone was looking at the sky outside the village. Their eyes were full of expectation and respect. Although there were many people, no one spoke. It was very solemn. Dan Wangkai and Viper also came out and stood in the middle of the crowd to welcome Master Shen. Lu Hong and Lu Jing also came. They stood beside Qin Feiyang and looked at the sky outside the village. Their eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Chirp. Accompanied by the chirp of a crane, a white crane flapped its wings and flew into the sky above the village. "Greetings, Master Shen." The villagers all knelt on the ground as if they were on a pilgrimage. Seeing this, Dan Wangkai and Viper raised their eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. One should know. They were the Blue Sea's 10 heroes. They didn't respect the heavens and earth. They couldn't kneel down to a mere practitioner. Of course, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng and Lu Hong couldn't do it either. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said to the four of them, "Just pretend." The four of them secretly replied. Dan Wangkai and Viper bowed to welcome him. Qin Feiyang and the other two squatted on the ground. Anyway, there were so many people. Master Shen might not see them. The white crane stopped in the sky above the ancestral grave. It flapped its wings like a mythical beast, looking down at the villagers. Its big eyes were full of contempt. Sure enough, jackals of the same tribe. Qin Feiyang sneered. Like master, like mount. He could see through the white crane's cultivation at a glance. It was only a one-star combat emperor. "Get up." A hoarse laughter sounded, passing into everyone's ears. Everyone got up and looked at the back of the white crane. They saw an old man in white slowly stand up. Standing on the back of the white crane, he lowered his head and glanced at everyone. "After 2 years, we meet again. I don't know if anyone missed this immortal during these 2 years?" The old man laughed. He looked very kind and benevolent. However, Qin Feiyang and the others could see that there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. "This immortal? Damn, you can pretend." Chapter 12:26. Lu Hong and Dan Wangkai were also secretly mocking him. A mere 5-star combat emperor dares to blatantly pretend to be an immortal. They really don't know where this old thing got his courage from. But the villagers were all beaming with joy. "Yes. Very much. Everyone hopes that you can stay in the village for a long time." Listening to these words, the smile on Master Shen's face became even more brilliant. He said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, this immortal also wants to spend more time with everyone, but there is no other way. The affairs of the immortal world are busy. This immortal really can't leave." Immortal world? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. He even brought out the immortal world. This old bastard really doesn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Lu Jing secretly said, "Damn it, I really want to go up and slap him a few times." It's not his fault for swearing, it's Master Shin's fault for being too good at pretending. The key point is that the villagers believed it. They thought that there really is an immortal world in this world, and that there really are immortals. Let's not talk too much. Old rules, let all the children from 10 to 18 years old stand out. Master Shin said. Dan Wangkai also shouted, "This is a good opportunity to become an immortal, everyone, hurry up. Become an immortal. Children, quickly go over. You must do your best. We depend on you to bring glory to our ancestors." Hearing Dan Wangkai's words, the parents immediately urged the children around them. Those children's faces were also full of longing, one by one rushed to Dan Wangkai and Viper's side. "Why don't you go?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wang Xiaojie and Wang Jin and asked suspiciously. Wang Xiaojie rubbed his small head and said with a silly smile, "I want to learn cultivation from you." "We are not immortals, Master Shin is." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Before I saw you, I still believed that he was an immortal, but now, I understand that there is no immortal in this world." Wang Xiaojie said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He turned to look at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng and asked, "Did you tell him?" The two shook their heads. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Wang Xiaojie and said with a smile, "Little guy, you have good awareness." Then, Big Brother Immortal, are you willing to accept me as your disciple? Don't worry, I'll work hard in my cultivation and won't drag you down. Wang Xiaojie raised his small hand and vowed solemnly. Of course. He spoke in a very low voice, afraid that the nearby villagers and Master Shen would hear him. Accepting a disciple? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Lu Hong secretly laughed. He asked us to teach him cultivation a long time ago, but we ignored him. And these days, he has been waiting for you at the village entrance. I see. Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened. He lowered his head and looked at Wang Xiaojie. He smiled and said, "Cultivation is very tiring. I'm not afraid." Wang Xiaojie's gaze was firm. Although cultivation was very tiring, he could also protect his family. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You're not afraid, but I am. Do you know what I'm afraid of?" Wang Xiaojie shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm afraid of trouble, especially for a little kid like you." "Who said I'm a little kid? I've grown up. I'm an adult." "Big Brother Immortal, can you promise me?" "I promise I won't cause you trouble." Wang Xiaojie grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and looked at him pitifully. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He ignored him and looked up at Master Shin. Wang Xiaojie looked at Lu Hong for help. Lu Hong shrugged helplessly. Wang Xiaojie looked at Lu Zheng again and whispered, "Big Brother Jianghu, you are his cousin. He will certainly listen to you. Can you help me?" Good, he is indeed aware. Hearing this, Lu Zheng felt very comfortable. "Since he's good, you can take him as your disciple," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Lu Zheng's face stiffened. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone a little kid? Wasn't this looking for trouble? Lu Zheng coughed, touched Wang Xiaojie's head, and said with a meaningful smile, "Child, ordinary is bliss, understand?" Wang Xiaojie shook his head. "Then come to me when you understand." Lu Zheng said. Wang Xiaojie said, "You mean, if I can understand the meaning of this sentence, you will take me as your disciple?" Kind of. Lu Zheng nodded perfunctorily. But Wang Xiaojie took it seriously. He lowered his little head and pondered alone. Lu Zheng glanced at Wang Xiaojie and couldn't help but frown. "Anything else?" At this time, Master Shin asked. Dan Wangkai glanced at the crowd around, focused on Wang Xiaojie and Wang Jin, looked up at Master Shin, shook his head and said with a smile, "No." At this time, there were more than 1,000 children gathered around Dan Wangkai and Master Shin. Master Shin said with a smile, "Well, everyone line up." The group of children was immediately divided into 10 teams, with more than 100 people in each team, neatly arranged around the ancestral grave. "Very good." Master Shin nodded with a gratified smile. He waved his old hand, and 10 streamers flew out of his sleeves and suspended in front of the children. These were 10 spirit stones, specially used to test the spiritual power. Master Shin said, "I think everyone knows the rules, now let's start the test. Test one by one, don't worry," Dan Wangkai said with a smile to the children. The 10 children standing at the front immediately went up, put their hands on the spirit stones, and closed their eyes to meditate. Buzz. So, 3 of the spirit stones vibrated. In the end, a total of 3 vibrations, which meant that the 3 children all had level 3 spiritual power. Unqualified. Next batch. Dan Wangkai waved his hand. The 10 children suddenly retreated to the side in disappointment, and the second batch of children came up. Among this batch of children, there were 4 who had level 3 spiritual power. Of course, they were also unqualified. And among the third batch of children, there were 2 who had level 4 spiritual power. Amazing! Qin Feiyang secretly muttered. He remembered that the population of Iron Ox Town was not small, but people who reached level 3 spiritual power were very rare. It could even be said that they were 1 in 100. As for level 4 spiritual power, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were 1 in 1,000. And now, only the third batch of children was tested. In other words, a total of 30 people were tested, and there were 7 who had level 3 spiritual power and 2 who had level 4 spiritual power. The people in this village were too incredible. However, to his surprise, Dan Wangkai announced that they were unqualified. "What do you mean? Level 4 spiritual power is not qualified?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said to Dan Wangkai, "What level of spiritual power do you need to be qualified?" "Level 10. Dan Wangkai secretly said. "Level 10? Isn't this higher than the requirements of temple and pill pagoda?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. As an alchemist, he knew too much about spiritual power. Level 10 spiritual power was almost 1 in 10,000. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to think of something and secretly said, "No, how do you know so clearly? I remember that the village chief and his son didn't seem to say this before they died, right?" Dan Wangkai smiled and said, "I beat around the bush and learned it from the villagers." "They know about spiritual power?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Not to mention spiritual power, they don't even know what this spiritual stone is. Because Master Shin has never explained it. But they can describe it. When I heard them describe the shape and color of the spiritual stone, I knew it was a spiritual stone. And they can observe that every time the spiritual stone trembles 10 times, it will be taken away by Master Shin. So I judged that only level 10 spiritual power is qualified. Dan Wangkai smiled and said, he was also the #1 alchemist in Qinghai. Naturally, he was quite familiar with spiritual stones. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and said, "It seems that you and Viper haven't been idle in the village in the past 4 months. It could be said that it was both easy and difficult to find out about these things." Why did he say so? Because Dan Wangkai and Viper's current identities were the village chief and his son. And the dead village chief and his son must be quite clear about these rules. So, when the 2 of them inquired about these things, they certainly couldn't ask directly. They had to beat around the bush, otherwise, it would arouse the doubts of the villagers. During the conversation, the 5th batch of children had been tested. In the middle, there were 2 level 5 spiritual power. Level 5 spiritual power, in Kyushu's 18 counties, was considered a good qualification. Time passed by breath. When the 8th batch of children was tested, there were 2 level 8 spiritual power. The people in this village have amazing talent. Qin Feiyang sighed. Level 8 spiritual power, in the whole Great Qin Empire, can be regarded as the best. After a while, more than 1,000 children finally finished the test, but no one passed. The highest was a girl, 13 years old, level 9 spiritual power. This time it's not good. The smile on Master Shin's face disappeared. As a 5-star combat emperor, he certainly knew how rare a person with level 10 spiritual power was. But in the past, 1 or 2 could be found every time. But this year, there was none. He looked at the girl with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out and said, "Come here." "Immortal Grandpa." The girl ran over and shouted kindly. "What's your name?" Master Shen asked with a smile. The girl said, "My name is Wang Lin." Master Shen asked, "Do you want to go to the Immortal sect?" "Can I?" Wang Lin looked at Master Shen in amazement. "Of course." Master Shen nodded. He had no choice. He came all the way here, he couldn't go back empty-handed, right? So he could only settle for the second best. "I want to go." "Thank you, Immortal Grandpa." Wang Lin jumped up and down happily. Her family and parents were also overjoyed. The other children looked at her enviously, but they didn't give up. There was still fighting spirit in their eyes. Master Shen rubbed Wang Lin's head and said with a smile, "You stand at the back." The girl was still young. She was so happy that she forgot about her duties. She bounced and skipped behind Master Shen. Master Shen looked at the children in front of him and said with a smile, "Next, we will conduct the second test." "There is a second test?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "The first test is spiritual power. The second test is potential. Because he not only wants to recruit alchemists, but also martial artists." Dan Wangkai secretly explained. "I see." Chapter 12:27. Dan Wangkai secretly said, "Under Master Shen's pressure, they can hold on for 3 breaths." What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. Master Shen is a 5-star combat emperor. How terrifying is his pressure? Let these children, who have no cultivation base, hold on for 3 breaths? What kind of joke is this? Although 3 breaths is very short, for these children, it is simply impossible. Moreover, this is an extremely dangerous thing. Dan Wangkai said, he naturally can't use all of his pressure, just a little bit, but even a little bit, there are very few people who can withstand it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor's pressure is not a joke. If it is not controlled properly, these children will die on the spot. "Begin." Master Shen coldly shouted, and a wisp of Emperor's pressure emerged, rushing towards a group of children. As the Emperor's pressure enveloped them, most of the children immediately screamed and lay on the ground. After all, they are just mortals. How can they withstand the Emperor's pressure? The second breath. Almost all of them have fallen, only a dozen children are still tenaciously standing. But without exception, their bodies are trembling, and their pores are spurting blood, like a bloody person. What a powerful potential! Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozen children, his eyes full of shock. To be able to hold on for 2 breaths under the Emperor's pressure, although it is only a wisp of Emperor's pressure, it is enough to show that their talent is extraordinary. Moreover, they are not worse than those so-called geniuses in the imperial capital. This village is not simple. If everyone knows how to cultivate, if there is no mysterious organization control, it is hard to imagine, after thousands of years of development, how strong will this village be. These are all geniuses and they are wasted like this. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the children who have fallen, and a trace of surprise crawled up in his eyes. These children had already collapsed, so why did they still look like they were in pain? They screamed endlessly. Suddenly, murderous intent surged in the depths of his eyes. It turns out that Master Shen's Emperor's pressure is still enveloping them. It is reasonable to say that these children who have fallen should not be oppressed anymore. Emperor's pressure can be controlled at will. Just like those children who had fallen down, as long as Master Shen's mind moved, the Emperor's might would no longer oppress them. But Immortal Crane didn't do that. He was treating his life like a game. To be exact, Master Shen simply didn't take those children who failed the selection seriously. In his eyes, if he wasn't chosen, then he had no value. It didn't matter if he died. "Mother, father, I'm in so much pain, please help me." Some of the children helplessly reached out to their parents. Their parents were also anxious, but no one said a word, and no one stepped forward to help their children. This was all because of Master Shen. As long as Master Shen did not open his mouth, they would not dare to move. Suddenly, a particularly painful scream entered Qin Feiyang's ears. One of them was a 12-year-old boy who couldn't take it and exploded on the spot. Lu Hong could no longer sit still. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. "Even if you're furious right now, you'd better hold it in." Qin Feiyang grabbed her and transmitted his voice. He was also very angry. But if he made a move now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Master Shin's lair. If he couldn't find Master Shin's lair, then this village would never be able to get rid of the control of that mysterious organization. They also couldn't stay here to protect everyone for a lifetime. Sooner or later, they would leave. Therefore, although he was somewhat aggrieved right now, for the sake of the overall situation, he had to endure. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths had passed. Master Shin restrained his emperor's aura. Fortunately, only 1 boy died. And there were only 7 boys left on the field. Child, a middle-aged couple ran in front of the dead youth and cried bitterly. Master Shin looked up and sighed. Regarding his death, this immortal is also very sad. But this is the test. I hope you can restrain your grief and accept it. It doesn't matter. The middle-aged couple lowered their heads and said, "It's not that it doesn't matter, but they didn't dare to pursue the matter because the other party was an immortal and they were just mortals. In front of an immortal, they could only put their sadness in their heart." Damn it. Lu Hong gnashed her teeth. It was obviously intentional murder, but he said it was a matter of course. How could there be such scum in the world? He really deserved to die 10,000 times. Master Shin withdrew his gaze, took out a wooden box from his bosom, threw it to Dan Wangkai, and said with a smile, "This is for you." "Thank you, Immortal." Dan Wangkai said gratefully. "That's all right, this Immortal will take these 8 children away." After saying that, Master Shin took the 8 children, soared into the sky, and landed on the back of the white crane. Chirp. The white crane let out a long cry, flapped its wings, and flew away like lightning, respectfully sending off Master Shin. People once again kneeled on the ground to send him off. Lu Hong clenched her hands and said in a deep voice, "He didn't even give them time to say goodbye." As a parent, which parent didn't love their children? Before taking those children away, shouldn't they also let them say goodbye to their parents? Taking them away like this was too heartless. At the same time, Dan Wangkai opened the wooden box, and there was a Qiankuan bag inside. He took out the Qiankuan bag, and his face immediately became gloomy. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "It's all blood evil pills, at least 10,000. "What? 10,000? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. 10,000 blood evil pills, what kind of concept was that? His eyes were full of killing intent. "You wait here." Whoosh. After saying that, he stepped on the ground, soared into the sky, and chased after Master Shin. The villagers stared at Qin Feiyang's back, and their eyes were full of disbelief. What was going on? How could Jiang Fei fly in the sky like Master Shin? "Miss Lu, Brother Jiang, is little brother Jiang Fei also an immortal?" The villagers looked at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng, and their faces were full of disbelief. Lu Hong sighed faintly and said, "Now that things have come to this, I have to tell you something. There are no immortals in this world, and Master Shin is not an immortal." "Master Shin is not an immortal?" "Miss Lu, don't talk nonsense. If you offend an immortal, you will be punished by heaven." Everyone didn't believe it, and they were somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Hong. Lu Hong frowned. These people had been educated for thousands of years, and the idea of immortals had been deeply ingrained in their minds. It seemed impossible to make them accept this fact in a short time. Back to Qin Feiyang. He used the phantom steps, crossed the void, and soon saw Master Shin. But because he hid his aura, Master Shin and the white crane didn't notice him and flew straight to the south. When passing over a mountain ridge, Master Shin seemed to feel something and turned around to look behind. Qin Feiyang immediately went to the castle. "Just now, I clearly felt that someone was following me. How could there be no one? Was it an illusion?" Glancing at the empty void, Master Shin frowned, but didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to move forward. Qin Feiyang also didn't appear again and drove the castle, following behind Master Shin. "These people are 2 bastards. Wait until we find their nest. We will definitely teach them a lesson." Fatso stood beside Qin Feiyang, looking at Master Shin in the picture in front of them, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang said, It's not that we want to teach them a lesson, we want to catch all of them in one fell swoop and leave no one alive. His cold voice was as bone-chilling as ice. On the back of the white crane, Wang Lin and the other 8 children were curiously overlooking the earth below. This was the first time in their lives that they were flying in the sky, and they were not mature mentally, so they felt that everything was very novel. Master Shen looked at them, and the corners of his mouth were pursed into a sneer. Suddenly, Wang Lin retracted her gaze, turned her head, and innocently looked at Master Shen and asked, "Grandpa Immortal, what are we going to do after we go to the Immortal sect?" The sneer on the corners of Master Shen's mouth suddenly disappeared, and he said with a kind smile, "After we go to the Immortal sect, of course, we will practice immortal techniques." "Are immortal techniques very strong?" The other 7 children also looked at Master Shen curiously. Master Shen said with a smile, "Then Grandpa Immortal will ask you first, is Grandpa Immortal powerful?" "Super powerful," a teenager said with a smile. Master Shen said, "After we go to the Immortal sect, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will be as powerful as Grandpa Immortal in the future." "Really?" the teenager asked excitedly. Master Shen nodded. Seeing this, the small faces of the 8 children were full of yearning. "But after you go there, you have to be obedient. If you are not obedient, Grandpa Immortal will be angry." Master Shen said with a straight face. "We will be obedient." The 8 children raised their small hands and said in unison. Master Shen smiled, but a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. "When you go to that place, whether you are obedient or not, it will not be up to you." "In the castle?" Fatso frowned and said, "Why didn't he use the portal?" Previously he rode the crane to show off. Now that he has finished showing off, why is he still riding the white crane? Could it be that their nest is not far from the village? Wolf King was suspicious. "Can't you have some manners? You are always showing off, it is so unpleasant to hear." The double-winged snow eagle despised him. "Brother, did I say something wrong? He was just showing off in the first place. Otherwise, why would he not use the portal and insist on riding a crane here?" Wolf King said with disdain. "You know it in your heart, you don't have to say it out loud." The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes. Fatso said, "Fat Lord carefully calculated that their nest is not far from the village." "How did you calculate it?" Wolf King and the other beasts looked at him suspiciously. Fatso glanced at the beasts and said helplessly, "Of course I used my brain. Do you still need to ask? You are hopeless." Wolf King and the other beasts showed a look of disdain. The fatty said, "Don't doubt me. Just wait and see." However, before his voice died away, the white crane suddenly stopped. Master Shen waved his hand and took Wang Lin and the others off the back of the white crane. Then a portal was opened. Fatso was stunned. "Ha, you are slapped in the face." Wolf King and the other beasts suddenly laughed. The fatty angrily glared at Master Shen and cursed in his heart, "This old fart, don't you think there is a limit to how pretentious you can be?" After flying for so long, he opened the portal. He must be out of his mind. "Grandpa Immortal, what is this?" Outside, Wang Lin and the other children looked at the portal in surprise. "You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will slowly understand in the future," Crane Immortal said. Then he led the 8 people into the portal. The white crane also turned into the size of a palm and flew in. "What should we do?" Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang. "Are you stupid? Don't you know that the castle can be moved now? Not to mention the portal, even if it is a portal, we can follow in secretly." Wolf King gave him a supercilious look. The castle changed too suddenly, I haven't adapted to it yet, please excuse me." Fatso rubbed his head and was quite embarrassed. "Can you shut up?" Qin Feiyang's head was about to explode. Along the way, he heard them quarreling here and there. Wasn't it annoying? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was annoyed, everyone finally stopped. Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle into the teleportation gate. The next moment, an abyss canyon appeared in the picture. The canyon was more than 10 miles wide, and both sides extended to the end of the world. Clouds and mist rose inside, as if they had come to a sea of clouds. Master Shen was standing above the canyon at this moment, pointing to the abyss canyon below, and said to the 8 children with a smile, "Our gate of immortality is below the clouds and mist." But what a big canyon! The 8 children were amazed. Wang Lin said, "Grandpa Immortal, why do I feel that this place is not far from the village?" "That's because there is a portal. We are going to enter the gate of immortality. Are you all ready?" Master Shen asked. The 8 children nodded, their eyes full of expectation. "Let's go." Chapter 12:28. Shua. Right after Master Shen left, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared in the sky above the canyon. "Where is this place?" The white-eyed wolf glanced around, eyes full of suspicion. On both sides of the canyon were mountain ranges that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were layers upon layers of mountains and ancient trees that towered into the sky. The aura of berserk beasts filled every corner of the mountain range. Moreover, all of them were emperor beasts. "I don't know either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The great Qin Empire was huge, and there were many places he had never heard of. However, this was not important. The important thing was that they had found the headquarters of the mysterious organization. "Get ready to go down," Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf nodded, turned into a palm-sized wolf, and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang activated the concealment technique and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the canyon. Clouds and mist lingered in the canyon, comparable to a fairyland. However, the air was filled with a cold current. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the cold current was. A layer of frost had already appeared on Qin Feiyang's eyebrows and hair. After a dozen breaths, Qin Feiyang flew out of the clouds and mist, and his eyes lit up. Below him was an ice canyon. The entire canyon was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. White mist rose, and the cold air was threatening. "There they are." The Wolf King pointed at a certain place below. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw an ice mountain towering in the canyon. It was more than 300 meters high. Master Shen and the 8 children were standing on the peak of the ice mountain. The temperature here, for Master Shen, was nothing. However, the 8 children were shivering from the cold, their small faces pale. Opposite Master Shen, there was a black-clothed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, full of energy. He glanced at Wang Lin and the others, then looked at Master Shen and asked with a smile, "How many alchemists did you bring back this time?" "Not this time. I only brought back one, and she only has a level 9 mental power. That's her." After Master Shen finished speaking, he pointed to Wang Lin. "Level 9 mental power?" The black-clothed old man frowned. There was a finger-long scar on his forehead. At this moment he was frowning and looked somewhat sinister, scaring the 8 children. Master Shen said with a smile, "Although it is only 9th rank spiritual power, it is still better than nothing." "That's true." The old man in black nodded and said, "Then bring them to see the Valley Master." Master Shen waved his hand, rolled up the 8 people, and soared into the sky. The black-robed elder raised his head and looked at the void above. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. Qin Feiyang sized up the black-clothed elder and transmitted a message. "This person's cultivation is also very strong. According to my judgment, he should be an 8-star combat emperor." TSKD. I bumped into an 8-star combat emperor the moment I arrived. How terrifying is this place? White-eyed Wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Master Shen. A cold light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He took a step forward and silently followed Master Shen. On the way, he encountered another 5 ice peaks. On top of the 5 ice peaks, there was also an old man in black sitting cross-legged. His cultivation was also an 8-star combat emperor. In other words, at present, they had already encountered 6 8-star combat emperors. It was really hard to believe. How many experts were hidden in this ice valley? And the existence of these people must be because they were worried that someone would sneak into the ice valley and stand guard. About 500 breaths passed. An ancient square entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The square was a few hundred feet wide, covered with ice and snow. In front of the entrance of the square, There was an old man in black sitting cross-legged. Master Shen brought the 8 children and landed on the square. The old man in black opened his eyes, looked at Master Shen, and said expressionlessly, "You're back." He looked a little cold. Master Shen nodded. The old man in black looked at Wang Lin and the others. He raised his hand and pressed the ground beside him. Kacha! The ice broke and a stone brick caved in. Immediately after, the ground in the center of the square cracked, and then slowly moved to both sides. Soon after, a stone staircase appeared. The stone staircase was more than 4 meters wide, emitting an ancient aura leading to the underground. "Go in," the old man in black said. "Thank you for your trouble." Master Shen cupped his hands and led Wang Lin and the others down the stone staircase. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly followed in. The stone staircase was very long. After walking for dozens of breaths, they still couldn't see the end. There was no one standing guard here. Except for the footsteps of Master Shen, Wang Lin and the others, it was dead silent. Another 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally saw the end. However, through the exit at the end of the tunnel, he saw a magnificent mountain range. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. One must know. Now that they were deep underground, how could there be mountains and rivers under the ground? The exit was getting closer and closer. But the scenery outside didn't change at all. And as the distance got closer, the field of vision gradually widened, and they could see more and more things. There was earth, mountains, rivers, birds and beasts, and even the sun. What exactly is this place? A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the exit and looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes were full of disbelief. This was spectacular. The mountains and rivers were boundless. The grass and trees were lush and green. The rivers were surging, and the beasts were roaring. This was simply a real world. Wolf King was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He never expected that there was such a mysterious underground world under the ice valley. "Grandpa Immortal, is this the Immortal Gate?" Master Shen and Wang Lin were standing next to Qin Feiyang at this moment, but they didn't notice it at all. Glancing at the vast mountain in front of them, Wang Lin and the others were full of surprise. "Yes. This is our Immortal Gate." Master Shen nodded. "Amazing. It was freezing outside just now, but there is no ice and snow here." The teenager was amazed. Master Shen smiled and took the 8 people to the sky and flew toward the depths of the mountain. Qin Feiyang quickly followed. Along the way they encountered a lot of beasts, and the lowest was a holy beast. Emperor beasts could be seen everywhere. This place is even more terrible than the inland sea of Qinghai. Wolf King transmitted his voice, and his eyes were extremely solemn. It seemed that it would not be easy to get rid of this mysterious organization. Qin Feiyang didn't care. As long as there were no fake gods, no matter how many war emperors and beasts there were, it was nothing to worry about. As for the fake gods, they were the peak existences of this world. Looking at the entire Great Qin Empire, there were only a few of them. Although this place was quite mysterious, at present, he didn't sense the aura of the fake gods. So, they went hundreds of miles deep into the mountain. A strange mountain range gradually came into sight. Those giant peaks were like swords, towering into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. The mountain ridges were like giant dragons, with a majestic aura that stretched for millions of miles. As soon as they arrived here, Qin Feiyang immediately sensed a powerful emperor aura. He looked at them one by one and saw that those giant peaks and mountain ranges had countless large and small cave residences. But the difference was, the aura emitted from the cave residences of the giant peaks were all war emperors. And in those mountain residences, there were strong and weak auras. War king, war emperor, war master, war saint, etc. In other words, the lowest cultivation level of the people here was the war king. Warriors, martial masters, they couldn't be found at all. However, among these auras, he could sense a bloody aura that he hated. This bloody aura came from the blood demon pill. There was no suspense. These people were all taking the blood demon pill. How many people here are from Wang Xiaojie's village? Wolf King muttered. The village has existed for thousands of years. I estimate that more than half of the people here are from that village. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Wolf King suddenly frowned and said to himself, "Have you noticed that there's something unusual about that village?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Wolf King said, "Don't you think so? Almost all the children in that village are cultivation geniuses." "So that's what you're talking about?" Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice. "Actually, I also noticed it. I think there must be some reason behind it." "Could it be related to the ancestral tomb?" Wolf King thought for a moment and said in surprise. "Ancestral tomb?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Don't say, it's really possible." "We're almost there." At this time, Master Shin's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Master Shin. He saw Master Shin leading Wang Lin and the other 8 people toward a particularly majestic giant peak. That giant peak was more than 10,000 feet high, towering into the sky. On the top of that mountain, clouds and mist were lingering and white cranes were flying. At first glance, it really looked like a fairyland. Qin Feiyang followed Master Shin and flew to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was flat as if it was cut by a giant axe. In the center of the mountain, there was a huge palace. The palace covered an area of more than 10,000 feet. It was dark all over, and every brick and tile exuded an ancient aura. Swish! Master Shin led Wang Lin and the other 8 people and landed on the square in front of the palace. There was no one in the square. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The ground was covered with black stone bricks, and there were traces of time everywhere. "Greetings, Valley Master." Master Shin knelt on one knee, looking at the closed palace door with a respectful look. Seeing Wang Lin and the other 8 people curiously looking at the palace, Master Shin raised his eyebrows and whispered, "You guys also kneel down." The 8 people responded and also knelt on the ground to kowtow. Boom! The door slowly opened. A powerful aura gushed out from the door and oppressed Master Shin and the other 8 people. Master Shin's eyes trembled and his expression became more respectful. This aura was actually not deliberately released for the sake of intimidating Master Shin and Wang Lin's group of 8. It was naturally released. It was precisely because of this that Qin Feiyang was able to sense a bloody aura of hatred within this aura. Obviously, the owner of this aura was also taking the blood evil pill. 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and coldly looked at the palace door. The Valley Master should be the owner of this place. He was looking forward to finding out who this so-called Valley Master was. "Bring them in." Suddenly, a loud voice came out from the palace, somewhat deafening. "Yes." Master Shin respectfully responded, got up, and led Wang Lin and the other 8 people toward the palace door. Chapter 1229. The inside of the palace was very big, but there were no tables or chairs, and no decorations. There was only a wide chair placed in the center, which looked very empty. The chair was dark and made of a kind of jade. On the back of the chair, there was a black dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, lifelike. The armrests on both sides were also inlaid with 2 dragon heads. At this moment, a middle-aged man was sitting on the chair. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was wearing a black robe, which wrapped his whole body, and a silver-white mask on his face, covering half of his face. Although his appearance and expression could not be seen, his eyes were extremely cold and fierce. Obviously, he was not a good person. "Lord Valley Master, the people have been brought back. An alchemist, 9th level spiritual power, and 7 martial arts geniuses." Master Shin walked into the main hall, stood more than 10 meters away from the Valley Master, and bowed. The Valley Master looked at Wang Lin and the others. That cold gaze was like the edge of a blade, pressing down on the 8 people until they couldn't breathe. A moment later, the Valley Master withdrew his gaze and looked at Master Shin. 9th level spiritual power, although it is rare, but in the future, her achievements in alchemy will not be too high, so there is no need to waste resources. Master Shin asked, "Lord, what do you mean?" A murderous look flashed in his old eyes. The Valley Master shook his head and said, Since she has 9th level spiritual power, her cultivation talent must be extraordinary. It's a pity to kill her. Let her concentrate on martial arts like the others. Understood. Master Shen nodded. Even a level 9 mind power is nothing in his eyes. He's too arrogant. White-eyed Wolf muttered, his fierce eyes flashing with cold light. At the same time, the Valley Master waved his hand, and a terrible force rushed to Wang Lin and the others. The small faces of the 8 people suddenly showed a painful look. No matter how painful it is, you have to endure it, don't cry out. Master Shen said. The 8 people gritted their teeth, and their faces were pale. What is he going to do? Wolf King was surprised. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head, took out the image crystal, and recorded this scene. He didn't know, but it didn't mean that others didn't know. For example, Lu Zheng. Born in an ancient family, he must know more than them. Ah, one of the youths couldn't help but scream. At the same time, a drop of blood floated out from their bodies. Seeing the 8 drops of blood, the Valley Master's eyes narrowed and he placed his hands in front of his chest to form a seal. The next moment, the 8 drops of blood turned into 8 blood-red marks. Then, they turned into streams of light and entered the Valley Master's head. Whew! The Valley Master exhaled deeply. With a wave of his hand, the magnificent force surrounding Wang Lin and the others disappeared. The 8 of them immediately collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. Bring them there. If they can't break through to the Battle Emperor realm within 2 years, just kill them like before. Valley Master said indifferently. Get rid of it. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Dealing with him was tantamount to executing him. How could he say such cruel words so easily? He was too heartless. He viewed human lives as worthless. Wasn't he a human? Yes. However, Master Shen was used to it. He turned around and rolled up Wang Lin and the other 8 people. Then, he rushed out of the palace and continued to fly towards the depths of the mountain range. What should we do? The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at the Valley Master, put away the image crystal, and secretly said, let's follow them and see where Master Shen will send them. After that, he turned around and rushed out of the palace. The palace gate slowly closed. A moment later, Qin Feiyang followed Master Shen and came to the sky above a jungle. The jungle was more than 10 miles in diameter, and there were ferocious beasts everywhere. However, the ferocious beasts here were not strong. They were generally martial artists, martial masters, and martial grandmasters. Master Shen took Wang Lin and the other 8 people and landed in the center of the jungle. Grandpa Immortal, where is this? The group of children glanced around, their faces full of panic. Now that you have entered the Immortal sect, you naturally have to start cultivating. And this forest will be the first stop on your path of cultivation. You have to come out of this jungle within 2 months. During this period, no matter if you encounter ferocious beasts or danger, I will not save you. Simply speaking, from this moment on, you have to experience fighting, despair, and pain that you have never experienced before. If you want to live, you have to work hard. After Master Shen finished speaking, he took out hundreds of elixirs from his Jianghu bag and threw them on the ground in front of the 8 people, saying, this is for you. It is called Gathering Qi Pill. It can help you gather qi and step into the path of cultivation. After that, Master Shen turned around and left without looking back, leaving Wang Lin and the other 8 people in a daze. They were completely confused. Ferocious beasts, cultivation, fighting. In the past, they had never experienced these things and had no experience at all. Now all of this suddenly happened, they simply could not adapt to it and could not understand it. Wasn't this the Immortal sect? Shouldn't the Immortal sect be peaceful and peaceful? But why did they have to fight? Because they were still young and innocent children, and knew nothing about the path of cultivation, so they did not understand. Looking at all this, Wolf King clenched his claws and said in a deep voice, this is letting them fend for themselves. In their minds, the Immortal sect is carefree, without desires or demands, but now, hearing this cruel reality, they don't know how helpless they are in their hearts. Qin Feiyang sighed. Help them. With their current psychological quality and combat experience, The hope of walking out alive is too slim. Wolf King said. One must know. The diameter of this jungle was more than 10 miles, and the radius was about 7 or 8 miles. Such a long journey, even if there was no burden, it would take a long time to walk, not to mention that the jungle was full of ferocious beasts. For these children, this was a grave of death. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, he appeared in front of the group of children. Brother Jiang Fei. Why you here? Brother Jiang Fei, can you help us? This place is so strange. It's said to be an immortal sect, but it's so different from what we imagined. We want to go home. Brother Jiang Fei, can you take us home? These children were helpless, so when they saw Qin Feiyang appear, they immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw and kept chattering. Okay, brother will take you home. Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground, rubbed their little heads, and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Brother Jiang Fei. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. If he didn't come this time, he didn't know what these children would have experienced. I still have something to do now, so I'll take you to a place first. Remember, don't make trouble there. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Brother, don't worry, we will be honest. A youth grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking innocent and lively. Qin Feiyang rubbed the youth's head, scratched his head and looked at Wolf King and said, We might fight with them later. For your safety, you'd better go to the castle as well. Don't you despise me for being a burden now? Wolf King snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Wolf King and the 8 children to the castle. Just as Qin Feiyang sent Wang Lin and the others to the castle, in the palace hundreds of miles away, the Valley Master was resting with his eyes closed. But suddenly he opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Following that, he suddenly stood up, opened a teleportation door, and walked in. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the forest. He lowered his head and scanned the area below. He immediately saw Qin Feiyang. For you, the Valley Master roared, and the pressure of the 9-star War Emperor rushed towards Qin Feiyang. How could I be discovered? Qin Feiyang was surprised, and did not dare to hesitate. Without looking back, he drilled into a patch of grass. The grass was as deep as a person and could cover his tracks. Still want to run? The Valley Master was furious and chased down like lightning. However, when he landed on top of that patch of grass, Qin Feiyang was already nowhere to be seen. Bastard! The Valley Master was furious. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying battle chi rushed out in all directions. The flowers, trees, and fierce beasts in the entire forest were instantly turned into ashes, leaving only a bare land. But looking around, he still couldn't find Qin Feiyang. Swish! At this time, Master Shen heard the news and rushed over. Looking at the scene below, his old face was full of surprise. Then he fell behind the Valley Master and asked, My lord, what's going on? I should be the one asking you this question. The Valley Master turned around and stared at Master Shen with cold eyes. Ask me? Master Shen's face was full of astonishment. The Valley Master said, Just now, those teenagers suddenly disappeared. Impossible. They are just mortals. How could they suddenly disappear? Master Shen shook his head. Would I lie to you? Just now, when I rushed over, I saw a man standing here. Tell me, why would someone sneak in here? The Valley Master said in a deep voice. A man? Master Shen was surprised and asked, What does he look like? The Valley Master said, At that time he lowered his head and turned his back to me, so I didn't see his face, but his back was very strange. I have never seen him before. This? Master Shen was stunned. Someone actually sneaked in? As soon as you left, this person saved those children. He must have sneaked in today. And today only you left. Tell me, did you bring this person in? The Valley Master said gloomily, his eyes flashing with killing intent. My lord, I didn't. Master Shen quickly knelt on the ground and cried anxiously. You didn't? There is only one entrance here. Not only is it guarded, but there are also traps. If no one helped him, how could he sneak in? The Valley Master shouted. I am innocent. My life is in the hands of my lord. How could I dare to betray my lord? My lord, please investigate. Master Shin kowtowed again and again. The Valley Master stared at Master Shin and didn't say anything. But if you take off the mask, you will find that at the moment his face is uncertain. I don't think you have the guts. After a while, the Valley Master said coldly and asked, when you went to the village, did you find anything suspicious? Or when you came back, did anyone follow you? Master Shin breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment and said, everything in the village is normal. I didn't find anything suspicious. As for following me, it is even more impossible. Because I came back through the portal, even if someone followed me, it is impossible to follow me here. After saying that, Master Shin added, moreover, there are elders guarding the ice valley outside. Unless this person knows invisibility, it is impossible to sneak in without anyone knowing. Then how did he get in? Chapter 12:30. Lord, is there such a possibility? In fact, no one sneaked in. It's our own people who secretly played tricks? Master Crane said. Who has the guts? The Valley Master shouted. Yes. Master Crane nodded repeatedly, cold sweat flowing down. The Valley Master said in a deep voice, go and block the entrance immediately, and then take people to find him. You must find him for me. Master Shin replied respectfully. Then he turned around and left. At the same time, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the Valley Master on the screen, his brows tightly knitted together. He really couldn't figure out how this person found him. At that time, he didn't release any aura and just saved Wang Lin and the others. Saved Wang Lin and the others? Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Wang Lin and the others. The 8 of them were looking at the castle and Wolf King and the other beasts curiously. It seems that it's because of them. Qin Feiyang muttered and took out the image crystal. After a while, Lu Zheng's shadow appeared. He stood alone in a simple room, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, what are you doing? Help me see what this is? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the previously recorded image swept out from the image crystal and slowly unfolded in the void. Seeing the Valley Master extracting the blood of Wang Lin and the others and turning them into 8 marks, Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Do you know what he is doing? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Zheng nodded. Tell me quickly. Qin Feiyang was refreshed. Lu Zheng said, as far as I know, this is a secret technique. Secret technique? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This secret technique is similar to your enslavement seal. It can control others. But the difference is that your enslavement seal controls the souls of others, while this secret technique controls the power of others' bloodline. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He didn't expect that the Valley Master had mastered such a terrible secret technique. No wonder Master Shin said before that he didn't dare to betray the Valley Master. Presumably, Master Shin was also controlled by the Valley Master. Qin Feiyang asked, then what is this secret technique called? Blood Soul Technique. Lu Zheng paused between each word, then continued, to be honest, my Lu family also possesses this kind of secret technique. Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't misunderstand. Although I can't see the true appearance of that Valley Master, I can be certain that he is not a member of my Lu family. Because my Lu clan would never do such a thing. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing that the Lu family also had this kind of secret technique, he was really worried that this Valley Master was from the Lu family. According to legend, the Blood Soul technique was created by a demon ancestor many years ago. He used the Blood Soul technique to enslave a large number of experts and commit crimes. But there is a good saying that evil has its retribution, and good has its reward. The behavior of the demon ancestor finally angered the 2 gods of war. They joined forces to set up a killing trap and finally killed the demon ancestor. And this Blood Soul technique was also lost. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang asked, then where did your Lu family get the Blood Soul technique? The demon ancestor had a mount. This mount also mastered the Blood Soul technique. In order to avenge its master, it committed crimes everywhere and captured humans. and the people it captured were all overlords who dominated a region at that time. And its strength was comparable to that of the demon ancestor. But in the end, after several days and nights of bloody battle, it also died at the hands of the two gods of war. Its divine body was cut into 8 pieces and sealed in various places. But before it died, it passed on the blood-soul technique to those who were under its control at that time. Lu Zheng said, "Why did it do that?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because it was unwilling and wanted to cause chaos in the world. A person's desire is endless. Once they master this secret technique, they will definitely stir up trouble. Sure enough, not long after the death of the demon ancestor and its mount, those who obtained the blood-soul technique began to do evil. Although they were later killed by the two gods of war, the blood-soul technique was passed down by someone with intentions. And our Lu family's blood-soul technique was obtained at that time. Lu Zheng said, "How long ago did this happen?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Zheng said, "About more than 10,000 years ago." "Damn, more than 10,000 years ago? Then, doesn't that mean your Lu family has existed for more than 10,000 years? Fatso was dumbfounded. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the current emperor is so afraid of us? Lu Zheng smiled proudly. It's really an ancient family. Fatso murmured. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng and said, "So, anyone can have the blood-soul technique?" Lu Zheng nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "After being controlled by the blood-soul technique, can you peek into the other party's inner thoughts like the slave seal? That won't work. The blood-soul technique is to control the other party's bloodline power. You also know how important the bloodline power is to us cultivators. Once the bloodline power is destroyed, it is equivalent to being a cripple. And the secret of the blood-soul technique is to destroy the other party's bloodline power with a thought. Of course. Although the blood-soul technique can't peek into the other party's inner thoughts, it can sense the other party's location, no matter how far away." Lu Zheng said, "Sure enough, it has something to do with them." Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Lin and the others. At that time, it must be the Valley Master who sensed the disappearance of Wang Lin and the others and rushed to the jungle. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then what should we do to get rid of the blood-soul technique?" "There are 2 ways. First, destroy the bloodline power yourself. Second, kill the Valley Master, and the blood-soul technique will naturally be removed." Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang said, "You mean as long as the Valley Master is killed, all the people under control will be freed?" Lu Zheng nodded. "I see." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng asked curiously, "What did you find over there?" "It's a very interesting place." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he did not explain and turned off the image crystal. Fatso glanced at Wang Lin and the others and whispered, "Although the blood-soul technique can destroy their bloodline power, it seems that the castle can block the control of the blood-soul technique." Qin Feiyang nodded. If the castle couldn't block the control of the blood-soul technique, then the Valley Master should have sensed the location of Wang Lin and the others. Furthermore, he must have crippled the bloodline power of the 8 of them. "Then what should we do next?" Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't take the Valley Master seriously. The only thing that worries me is whether there are any false gods here. So what we need to do now is to find out the background of this mysterious organization. How can there be so many false gods in the world?" "You think too much." Fatso said. "What if there is? So, it's better to be careful." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he left the castle alone. The jungle had disappeared and it was bare. Qin Feiyang glanced around, hid his aura, and rushed deeper into the mountain range. For the next day, he wandered in the mountain range. Except for the powerful beasts, he didn't find any false god aura. As for Master Shen, he met him several times, and he led people to look for him everywhere. But every time, he easily avoided him. The next morning, Qin Feiyang entered the castle, looked at Fatso, and said, "How is it? Is it 10 days?" Fatso took out a book, looked down, and said, "No more, no less, exactly 10 days. That's right, only 1 day has passed outside." Qin Feiyang laughed. "This? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh happily. I'm going to start my closed-door training even if the sky falls. Don't call me brother. Wolf King immediately lay down in a corner, took out a lot of battle chi pills, and began to cultivate. 1 day outside is 10 days inside. In other words, 1 day outside Qin Fei Yang is equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. What a good opportunity this is. I must take this opportunity to catch up with this guy. It's surpassing. It secretly swore in its heart. Black dragon snake, mountain pangolin, winged snow eagle, ghost snake emperor, and flood dragon all immediately started their closed-door training. They had the same idea. Boss, should I go into closed-door training too? Looking at Wolf King and the other beasts, Fatso's heart was also restless. Don't even think about it. Qin Feiyang pointed to Wang Lin and the others and said, help them gather qi first and teach them how to cultivate. Wang Lin and the others were still mortals, so now, they were all lying on the ground and sleeping. Why should I? Fatso was dissatisfied. In terms of cultivation, Wolf King and Winged Snow Eagle were stronger than him, they should be the ones to teach. Unfair. Biased. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, left the castle alone, and continued to rush deeper. But this underground world was too big. He walked for a day and a night, but he still couldn't see the end. So he gave up. Opening the teleportation door and concealment technique, he returned to the square outside the palace. Looking at the closed palace door, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, it would be better to wait for the exhausted Valley Master to finish him off. As long as the Valley Master died, the Blood Soul technique would be broken, and the others would no longer be a threat. Because no matter who it was, they all yearned for freedom. As long as the Valley Master died, without the restriction of the Blood Soul technique, the people here would definitely not continue to be loyal to this mysterious organization. Huff! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and walked toward the palace step by step. 10 breaths later, he came to the front of the palace door, and through the window he could vaguely see that the Valley Master was sitting alone on the dragon head throne with his head lowered, thinking about something. He entered the castle, then steered the castle and sneaked in through the gap of the door. It could be said that there was basically no place in the castle that he couldn't enter, unless it was a completely sealed secret room. Success or failure depends on this. Qin Feiyang looked at the Valley Master in the image, and his eyes flashed slightly. He took out the Chang Shui, restrained his aura to the extreme, and left the castle, appearing beside the Valley Master. The Valley Master still had his head lowered, and didn't notice at all. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, the other party was a 9-star combat emperor. He stared at the Valley Master and slowly raised the Chang Shui. Suddenly, Chapter 1231. This blade accurately pierced into the Valley Master's sea of consciousness. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Damn it, who is it? The Valley Master roared and suddenly stood up. A terrifying emperor's aura roared out. Boom! Kacha! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the entire palace instantly collapsed and turned into ashes. When the Valley Master roared, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate to pull out the Chang Shui and entered the castle. He stared at the Valley Master in the image. The Valley Master was furious, blood spurting out from his head. He glanced around the void, and his whole body was filled with hostility. But suddenly, his body went soft and fell to the ground. His aura and life fluctuations quickly dissipated. He's finally dead. Fatso next to him smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. But Qin Feiyang frowned and murmured, "It seems to be too smooth. Castle, Chang Shui, concealment art, we used all of them. If it's still not smooth, then it's really not right." Fatso said indifferently. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang murmured. But why did he feel uneasy looking at the Valley Master's body? This was a premonition of crisis. And in the past, his premonition had never been wrong. Whoosh! So, figures broke through the air and landed on the top of the mountain. These people were men and women, old and young, but without exception, they were all war emperors. Among them was Master Shin. What's going on? Looking at the destroyed palace, the group of people's faces were full of surprise. Look, the Valley Master is there. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Master seems to be injured. Let's go and take a look." The crowd rushed forward, and when they saw the fatal wound on the Valley Master's head, their hair stood on end. "Master?" Master Shen squatted on the ground and shook the Valley Master's body hard, but there was no response for a long time. Master Shen looked at the Valley Master in shock, then slowly turned his head and looked at the crowd behind him. He said in disbelief, "The Valley Master seems to be dead." "What? Is he dead?" Everyone's eyes were trembling. They didn't know if it was because they were frightened or happy. A black-robed old woman said, "Confirm it again." Master Shen nodded and extended his finger towards the Valley Master's nostrils. He was not breathing. Immediately after, he grabbed the Valley Master's wrist again, but there was no pulse. In the end, he then placed his hand on the Valley Master's chest, but there was no heartbeat. There was no breathing, no pulse, and no heartbeat. Didn't that mean that he was dead? Master Shen turned his head to look at the crowd, nodded and said, "He is really dead." Dead? Everyone fell silent, and the place fell into a deathly silence. He's finally dead. We are free. We are free. All these years of suffering are finally over. Not long after, everyone present raised their heads to the sky and laughed loudly, crying tears of joy. "What? Valley Master is dead? It's good that she died. Good and evil will be rewarded. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. This damn devil should go to the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated." As soon as the news spread, the entire underground world was boiling. Some people looked up to the sky and laughed. Some people cried silently. Some people fell to the ground and cried bitterly. But without exception, there was a trace of relief on their faces. After suffering, they could see the light of day again. It was not an exaggeration to use this sentence to describe their mood at the moment. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd on the screen and murmured, "He is really dead. It seems that I worried too much." The Valley Master was indeed dead. What about these people? After all, they are all taking the blood evil pill. Fatso said, "Master Shen must be eliminated. As for the others," Qin Feiyang pondered and said, "Let's see the situation first." After saying that, he flashed and appeared beside the Valley Master. "Who is it?" The people on the top of the mountain were shocked and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Master Shen's face was also full of surprise. At that time in the village, because there were too many people and Qin Feiyang was silent in the crowd, he did not notice Qin Feiyang. "Don't you know me?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "Should we know you?" The black-robed old woman asked. The others were also puzzled. "Strange. You are all war emperors, but you don't know me?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Could it be that the people here, like the people in the village, had never left here? Or is there something wrong with you? You ask us if we know you. Are you famous? A few old men shouted impatiently. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. It seemed that these people really did not know him at all. Suddenly, Master Shen stared at Qin Feiyang and said in bewilderment, "Valley Master couldn't have been killed by you, right?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "I killed him," Qin Feiyang said. "How is that possible? What is your cultivation? How could you kill the Valley Master?" Everyone looked extremely surprised. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "My cultivation is not important. What is important is that now you have regained your freedom." "Is that so?" However, as soon as he said that, a sneer sounded. Following that, a man in white came from afar and landed on the top of the mountain. Second Valley Master. Master Shen and the others' pupils shrank and they seemed to be quite afraid. Qin Feiyang also looked up at the man in white and his face suddenly sank. This second Valley Master was about 1.8 meters tall and looked middle-aged. His tall and straight body was like a sword, sharp and threatening. And his aura was even more unfathomable. The second Valley Master glanced at Master Shen and the others and said indifferently, "Do you really think you have regained your freedom?" However, there were so many people but no one dared to speak. They didn't even have the courage to look up at the man in white. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The Valley Master was already dead. What were these people afraid of? Could it be that they were not only controlled by the Valley Master, but also by this person? The second Valley Master smiled contemptuously and turned to Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, "You can actually sneak here. You are really powerful, Qin Feiyang." "You know me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The second Valley Master said with a smile, "The son of the current emperor. His prestige shook the great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent. He has several divine arts and is known as a peerless monster that only appears once in 10,000 years. It is hard for me not to know you." Divine arts? Master Shen and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. They didn't know Qin Feiyang, but they knew about the divine arts. The divine arts had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was the most powerful means of the gods. After living for so many years, they had never seen a divine art. But they didn't expect that this guy not only had it, but also several divine arts. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and looked at the second Valley Master. He said in a deep voice, "You even know about the Forgotten Continent. Or you? Who is the person behind you?" The second Valley Master laughed and said, "These are not important. What is important is that you will die here today." "Really?" Qin Feiyang slightly narrowed his eyes. The second Valley Master nodded and looked at Master Shen and the others. "Whoever takes his head will be rewarded with 100,000 blood demon pills. 100,000. Everyone present was trembling in body and mind. Their eyes were full of greed. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body was also trembling. But different from Master Shen and the others, he was trembling because of anger. 100,000 blood demon pills. It was hard to imagine how many blood demon pills there were in this underground world. Millions? Tens of millions? How many people did he have to kill to get so many blood demon pills? The second Valley Master laughed. "You still don't know. Everyone here is taking blood demon pills. And these blood demon pills were all refined by me. They're all made by you." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly. The second Valley Master nodded. "Disregarding human life and bringing disaster to the country. Are you not afraid of being known by the current emperor?" Qin Feiyang shouted. He asked this question on purpose. Chapter 1232. "Yes, of course I am. But he won't know." Second Valley Master chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. No matter how secretive you are, you will be discovered one day. You are still too naive. Do you know? This underground world has existed for more than 6,000 years. But in these 6,000 years, no one else has discovered this place except for you. Do you know why? Let me tell you. This underground world is completely sealed. Without my and the Valley Master's orders, no one can leave. The only entrance is guarded by 15 8-star combat emperors and 2 9-star combat emperors. With such a lineup, even if the emperor himself came, it would be difficult for him to escape. Outside the Ice Valley, there are powerful combat emperors everywhere. Who has the ability to step into this place? I have said so much to express one thing. Even if we are discovered by the emperor, with his ability, he can't do anything to us." Second Valley Master sneered. His face was full of contempt. "There are 2 9-star combat emperors guarding the Ice Valley." Qin Feiyang's heart shuddered. When they came, he didn't discover them. It seemed that this mysterious organization was not just a little scary. And this person was too arrogant. In the Great Qin Empire, besides himself, only this second Valley Master dared to be so disdainful of the emperor. It also showed that this person was very confident. But if his confidence was only from the 8-star combat emperors and 9-star combat emperors, then he was very wrong. However, there was one thing he was sure of. This matter had nothing to do with the emperor. Then there was another problem. It had nothing to do with the emperor, nor did it have much to do with Mu Tianyang. Apart from those two, who else had the ability to nurture such a terrifying force? Second Valley Master glanced at Master Shen and the others and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." A red-haired old man in a white robe stared at Second Valley Master. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Everyone, the Valley Master is dead. We can't be manipulated by him anymore. Yes. We want to resist. We want freedom. We can't be as weak as before. Let's work together and kill him. As long as we kill him, we will be free. The crowd roared angrily. Every one of them was brimming with killing intent. Qin Feiyang smiled. It seemed that these people were not incurable. Among these people, there were many 9-star combat emperors. Judging from the second Valley Master's aura, he was also a 9-star battle emperor. But he was alone. Faced with the resistance of so many people, he could not suppress them at all. The white-robed elder roared and took the lead to attack the second Valley Master. He was a 9-star combat emperor. Everyone attack with all your might. Don't give him a chance to escape. Another dozen or so old men rushed out from the crowd, their auras surging. They were all 9-star combat emperors, and they were able to shake the mountains and rivers. Hee. Looking at the white-robed old man and his group, the second Valley Master's face was full of smiles. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. How could he still laugh in the face of a dozen 9-star combat emperors? One had to know. The second Valley Master was definitely not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of this mysterious organization. Therefore, he definitely had something to rely on since he dared to do this. But what exactly was he relying on? The commotion here had already alarmed everyone in the underground world. At this very moment, everyone gathered at the various huge peaks and above the various mountains, looking at the white-robed old man and his group. In their eyes, there was anticipation and also nervousness. They also longed for freedom. Therefore, they hoped that the white-robed old man and his group could successfully kill the second Valley Master. However, they were worried again, because the second Valley Master was too calm now. The white-robed old man took the lead and swept in front of the second Valley Master. He immediately raised his arm and slapped the second Valley Master's chest. Boom! The battle aura roared in all directions. A destructive aura spread out in the void. The smile on the second Valley Master's face became even brighter. But just as the white-robed old man's big hand was about to hit his chest, his face suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "How dare a mere ant be so presumptuous?" Ah! The white-robed old man suddenly screamed and fell down powerlessly. Blood spurted out from his body. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and was dumbfounded. From the moment the white-robed old man flew up to the moment he attacked, he had been staring at the second Valley Master. He was afraid that an accident would happen. Therefore, he was very sure that the second Valley Master did not do anything. He only shouted, "But why did the white-robed old man fall down?" The dozen 9-star combat emperors who followed the white-robed old man also came to a sudden stop. They stopped in the void and looked at the white-robed old man who had fallen down. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Bang! The white-robed old man fell and landed not far away from Qin Feiyang. He quickly walked over and tore the white-robed old man's clothes. Immediately, his expression froze. The white-robed old man's blood vessels burst and blood flowed out. It was obvious that the power of his blood vessels had been destroyed. Isn't the Grand Valley Master dead? How could he still destroy his power of blood vessels? Looking at the white-robed old man's bloody body, the others were also shocked. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the dozen combat emperors in the sky. He said in a deep voice, "Are all of you also controlled by the second Valley Master?" When the second Valley Master appeared, he had already thought of this question. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not possible. As everyone was already controlled by the Grand Valley Master, there was no need to do anything else. Moreover, when they were here just now, Wang Lin and the other 8 were only controlled by the Grand Valley Master. He did not delve into this question. No! The dozen 9-star combat emperors shook their heads. No! Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Grand Valley Master was already dead and the second Valley Master did not control everyone. How could the white-robed old man's power of blood vessels be destroyed? Could it be? There was a boom in his mind and he hurriedly turned to look at the Grand Valley Master's body. Seeing Qin Feiyang's strange behavior, the second Valley Master was stunned. Then he smiled and said, Seems like you have found out. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the second Valley Master with a gloomy face. That's right. The person who was assassinated by him was not the Grand Valley Master at all. It was just a substitute of the Grand Valley Master. The second Valley Master lowered his head and looked at the mountain stream below. He cupped his hands and said, "Big brother, please come out." Big brother? Master Shen and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked down. Immediately, somewhere in the mountains, a black figure rushed out and landed in front of the second Valley Master. How is this possible? Isn't he already dead? Everyone present turned pale with fright. The person who came was tall and straight. His long hair was like a waterfall and he wore a mask on his face. His aura was like rolling waves and surging violently. Who else could it be but the Grand Valley Master? The Grand Valley Master glanced at everyone indifferently and said coldly, "It seems that all of you want me to die. I deserve to die. Please spare my life, my lord." In an instant, everyone here knelt on the ground and shivered, including the 9-star combat emperors. You only have one chance and this is your last chance. If I find out that you have disobeyed me in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Grand Valley Master said coldly. His words were filled with a shocking murderous intent. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." Everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. The Grand Valley Master turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "You are very smart because you are the first person to sneak in here." Phew! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down. He said, "Thank you for the compliment." The Grand Valley Master said again, "But you are also very unfortunate." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang said. The Grand Valley Master said, "Although you have the ancient castle, as long as you enter here, you are like a turtle in a jar. You can't escape even if you have wings." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The Grand Valley Master said, "If you don't believe me, you can try and see if you can escape. Then I will take my leave first." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, then went straight to the castle. "Big brother, are we just going to let him do this?" The second Valley Master raised his eyebrows. "It doesn't matter if we kill him or not. Moreover, we don't have the ability to kill him." The Grand Valley Master said. The second Valley Master became silent. Although he did not want to admit it, it was the truth. As long as the ancient castle was there, no matter how many people there were, they could not do anything to him. What we need to do now is to guard the entrance and not let him escape. Master is most worried about him now. As long as we trap him here, no one will be able to stop Master's plan. The Grand Valley Master said with a smile, and his face was full of desire for power. "Understood." The second Valley Master nodded and smiled. He then looked at the 9-star combat emperors and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Go and guard the entrance." The Grand Valley Master said expressionlessly, "I will give you another warning. If Qin Feiyang escapes, none of you will live." Yes. The 9-star combat emperors nodded and then turned into rays of light and rushed toward the entrance in fear. The Grand Valley Master glanced at the peak of the mountain and then left with the second Valley Master. They disappeared into a cave dwelling on a giant mountain. "We are too naive." "Yes. I am afraid that we will never be able to escape from their clutches in this lifetime." After the Grand Valley Master and the second Valley Master left, the people on the peak of the mountain smiled bitterly. They thought that they could regain their freedom this time, but they did not expect that the Grand Valley Master's death was a scam. "Let's go." An old woman in a black robe waved her hand and flew toward the cave dwelling. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. The others also drooped their heads, feeling disheartened. As for the old man in a white robe, he unfortunately lost his life after his bloodline power was destroyed. Inside the ancient castle, Fatso looked at the crowd on the screen and sighed. It seems that they were not pretending before. They really want to be free. Let's ignore them for now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He drove the ancient castle and rushed toward the cave dwelling where the Grand Valley Master and the second Valley Master had disappeared. Wolf King sneered and said, "The two of them thought that they could trap us here. They are so naive." "That's right. Now, not only can the ancient castle move, but we also have a space-time door. It is impossible to trap us here. Chapter 12:33. Don't be careless. Although we don't know the Grand Valley Master, from his tone, we can tell that he knows us very well. Since he knows us and dares to say such things, it means that things are not that simple. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Fatso, Wolf King and the other beasts looked at each other and frowned. Soon, Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle into the cave abode. The cave abode was very big, about 500 to 600 feet. There was an independent alchemy room, a hall, and a lounge. At this moment, in the lounge, the Grand Valley Master and Second Valley Master sat opposite each other. The Second Valley Master made tea and said with a smile, "Big brother, luckily you had the foresight to find a substitute. Otherwise, we would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang." Thinking about the death of the substitute, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Even if a deity descended from the heavens, he wouldn't be able to save him from being stabbed in the head. The Grand Valley Master smiled and said, "People like us won't live long if we don't have any schemes." Yes. The Second Valley Master nodded and asked, "Then, should we report this to the Lord?" "Definitely. Capturing Qin Feiyang is a great merit. The Lord will definitely reward us," the Grand Valley Master said. The Second Valley Master smiled and said, "If only the Lord can reward us with 1 or 2 divine arts." Divine arts? The Grand Valley Master remained silent. The Second Valley Master put down the teapot and said, "To be honest, I feel a little unbalanced." The Grand Valley Master looked at him in confusion. "All these years, we have been here secretly cultivating the Lord's forces. We have contributed a lot, but in the end, we didn't get a single divine art. And look at that Zhuge Mingyang. He stayed in the Imperial City all day and did nothing, but in the end, he got the Green Dragon secret art." The Second Valley Master snorted. "What? Zhuge Mingyang? Green Dragon secret art?" Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. Zhuge Mingyang's Azure Dragon secret art was actually given by the masters of these two people? Didn't that mean that the person behind the scenes of this mysterious organization was a figure appeared in their heads at the same time? Outside, hearing the Second Valley Master's words, the First Valley Master lowered his head and sighed. He looked at the Second Valley Master and said, "Second brother, you can say this to me. Don't say this to the Master. He will be angry." Second Valley Master pursed his lips and said, "Of course I understand. After all, our status is different from Zhuge Mingyang." "What identity?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Wasn't Zhuge Mingyang the son of Zhuge Wuho? What does it have to do with that person?" "It's good that you know." The Head Valley Master glanced at the Second Valley Master and took out the image crystal. A short while later, an illusory figure appeared. It was a white-robed old man with white hair and a white beard. He had the air of a transcendent being. "It really is him." Qin Feiyang looked at the white-robed old man. His eyes were filled with coldness. "That's right. This person was the Imperial Tutor." Before this, he really did not expect that the person behind this mysterious organization would be the Imperial Tutor. Fatso urged, "Quickly record it." This was a good opportunity to take down the Imperial Tutor. Qin Feiyang nodded. He calmed down the anger in his heart and took out the image crystal. "Greetings, Master." Outside, the Head Valley Master and the Second Valley Master stood up and bowed respectfully to the Imperial Tutor. "What's the matter?" the Imperial Tutor asked. The Head Valley Master said, "We caught Qin Feiyang." The Imperial Tutor quivered and asked, "Where did you catch him?" "At our base." The Head Valley Master said. "What? Why would he go to the base?" The Imperial Tutor was shocked. The Head Valley Master shook his head and said, "We don't know either. But according to our guess, he should have accidentally barged into this place." "Accidentally? You guys are underestimating Qin Feiyang too much. If he didn't receive any news in advance, would he go to such a place?" The Imperial Tutor's face was gloomy. "My lord, you mean..." The Head Valley Master and the Second Valley Master were surprised. The Imperial Tutor said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, he went there prepared." "Where is he now?" The Head Valley Master said, "Right now, he is hiding in the castle." The Imperial Tutor said, Then you must guard the entrance. Before I go, don't let him escape. Otherwise, our years of hard work will be in vain. Master is coming? The head valley master was surprised. Nonsense. He has already barged into the base. How can I not go and take a look? You guys are really careless. Fortunately, you guys found out in time. Otherwise, I will not let you guys off. The imperial tutor snorted coldly. Their pupils constricted. The head valley master asked, "Then when will master come?" The imperial tutor said, "Zhuge Mingyang is breaking through to the War Emperor realm. I will protect him. After he succeeds, I will go immediately." The two of them nodded. "Don't make any more mistakes." The imperial tutor coldly glanced at the two of them, and the shadow disappeared. He actually personally protected Zhuge Mingyang? Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. One had to know. They had always been a huge threat to the imperial tutor. Now that there was news of them, logically speaking, the imperial tutor should have rushed over as soon as possible. However, the imperial tutor did not do so. The reason was to protect Zhuge Mingyang? This was too inconceivable. In the past, they all thought that the imperial tutor valued Zhuge Mingyang because of Zhuge Mingyang's talent. But now, they began to feel that the relationship between the two of them was very unusual. Wait! Fatso suddenly stretched out his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang, Wolf King and the other beasts, and said, "Have we overlooked something very important?" "What?" Wolf King was suspicious. Before Fatso could speak, Qin Feiyang spoke first, "Zhuge Mingyang's cultivation." "Fat Lord, I thought you didn't notice." Fatso smiled embarrassedly. "I remember back then, when we fought one-on-one in the Bright Sky Palace, we were both one-star battle saints. And after all these years, I have just broken through to the Battle Emperor realm, but he is also about to break through. This speed is so fast that it's a little strange." Qin Feiyang whispered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Wolf King said, "Without a doubt, he is also taking the blood demon pill now." Qin Feiyang nodded. No one could deny Zhuge Mingyang's talent. After all, he had relied on his own efforts to open the door of potential. But he had only opened the second level. Even if Zhuge Mingyang went to the treasure pavilion to bid for the potential pill, it was impossible for him to open all the doors of potential. Because the potential pill could only open the first 3 levels. And the potential pill and the small creation pill were needed for the potential pill. He had never sold the potential pill and the small creation pill. So, Qin Feiyang dared to conclude that the current Zhuge Mingyang had at most opened the 3rd level. And every time he broke through to a big realm, he would immediately open the door of potential. So, no matter how monstrous Zhuge Mingyang's talent was, it couldn't be compared to him. Then why was Zhuge Mingyang still able to catch up with him? Without a doubt. It must be because of the blood demon pill. In fact, although Qin Feiyang didn't like the previous Zhuge Mingyang, he didn't dislike him. But now, he was completely disgusted. No, he was disgusted. This person had already fallen. If there was a chance, he must get rid of him. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 valley masters in the image, then drove the ancient castle, left the cave residence, and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. A moment later, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of a river, and there was no one around. He took out a portal, wanting to return to the village first to meet up with Lu Zheng and Lu Hong. Because this matter had already involved the state preceptor. Anything that was related to the state preceptor couldn't be taken lightly. So he planned to leave here first, and then make a long-term plan. But he was shocked to find that he couldn't open the portal. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised and changed the coordinates again. This coordinate was the coordinates of a mountain range in this underground world. In the end, the portal was successfully opened. Qin Feiyang's face was lifeless. He could teleport at will here, but he couldn't teleport to the outside world. Did this mean that this underground world was isolated from the outside world? Thinking of this, he put away the portal and took out the space-time gate. Immediately, battle aura surged and poured into the space-time gate. But after a while, the space-time gate was still simple and unadorned, and there was no trace of recovery. Qin Feiyang raised his head and glanced at this underground world in surprise. Even the space-time gate couldn't teleport? One had to know, although this space-time gate was an imitation, its ability was very amazing, and it could teleport back and forth between the 9 provinces and the imperial capital. But now, he couldn't teleport out of this underground world? What kind of place was this? Suddenly, a loud beastly roar rang out. A huge black lion jumped out from the jungle behind, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced on Qin Feiyang. Obviously, it was attracted by Qin Feiyang's battle aura. Qin Feiyang turned to look at it, and went directly to the ancient castle. Why did you come in again? Fatso and Wolf King looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. It can't be. Everyone's eyes were suddenly full of surprise and doubt. No wonder the Valley Master was so confident. It turned out that the portal couldn't be opened here. Fatso seemed to suddenly think of something, and said in surprise, "Boss, have you noticed that the situation of this underground world is almost exactly the same as the ancient castle?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "We can also send messages to people outside in the castle, but we can't open the portal, and we can't open the space-time gate," Fatso said. "You mean?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "Yes." Fat Lord guessed that this underground world is very likely to be a space divine object. Fatso's eyes lit up. Space divine object. Wolf King and the other beasts heard this, and their eyes suddenly burst with a strong sense of greed. That's not right. If this is really a space divine object, then why doesn't the Imperial Preceptor carry it with him? The double-winged snow eagle suddenly said. Such an important thing, no matter who it is, it can't be handed over to others, right? What's more, the Valley Master and the Second Valley Master don't look like good people. Can the Imperial Preceptor rest assured? Chapter 1234. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and felt that what Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle said made sense. The State Preceptor was suspicious and narrow-minded. It was impossible for him to truly trust someone. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned. If the Grand Valley Master mastered the Blood Soul technique, then the State Preceptor should also know the Blood Soul technique. Maybe the State Preceptor taught the Grand Valley Master the Blood Soul technique. In this way, the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master must be controlled by the State Preceptor. In other words, it was not impossible for the State Preceptor to give the Grand Valley Master the Space Divine item. The problem now was to figure out if this underground world was a Space Divine item. Let's go find the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master. Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. These two must know. They are both 9-star combat emperors. Isn't it suicide to go find them now? The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's activate the kill formula first. When we reach the 9-star combat emperor level, we'll go find them and give the State Preceptor a surprise." "What surprise?" the pangolin asked. "Think about it. When he comes here and finds that everyone here has been killed, what kind of expression will he have?" The double-winged snow eagle laughed. "I see." Everyone suddenly understood. The double-winged snow eagle's meaning was obvious. Before the State Preceptor came, they would kill everyone here and let the State Preceptor's thousands of years of hard work go down the drain. When the time came, the State Preceptor would definitely be mad. Actually, Fat Lord thinks that we should inform Elder Qin about this and let him tell the Emperor and let him deal with it. After all, the State Preceptor is secretly cultivating forces. There must be some unspeakable conspiracy. I believe that after receiving the news, the Emperor will not sit back and do nothing. Fatso said. Elder Qin is now in the spiritual state. How do we inform him? Wolf King said. Then we can find someone else. For example, the commander of the Kirin army is the best candidate. He is loyal to the Emperor. After receiving this news, he will definitely go to the Emperor immediately. Fatso said. Hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he said, "The inner demons and I will take care of this. You guys should quickly go into seclusion and cultivate. Try to become combat emperors before the divine ruin opens." This is too simple. It was too easy. Everyone laughed, full of confidence. Cultivating in the castle for 10 days was equivalent to only 1 day outside. If they still couldn't do it, then they would really be useless. Subsequently, everyone also listened to Qin Feiyang's words and went into seclusion one after another. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and then took out an image crystal. He accepted Fatso's suggestion. It wasn't because he was concerned about the emperor. He just wanted to see the emperor's attitude after learning about this matter. A shadow appeared. It was the commander of the Kirin army. At this moment, he was sitting in a large hall, looking rather tired. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly got up and closed the door of the hall. Then he asked in a low voice, "Where are you now? What are you doing? Why do you look so haggard?" Qin Feiyang didn't answer. Instead he asked. The commander of the Kirin army said, "It's all because of Her Majesty." Her Majesty? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Which Her Majesty?" "Your mother," the commander of the Kirin army said. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What happened to my mother?" The commander of the Kirin army said, "Yesterday, His Majesty suddenly gave the order to kill the 2 maids by your mother's side." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said, "Why did he kill them?" "I don't know. Anyway, they were killed for no reason. And those 2 maids have been with Her Majesty for so many years and have long had feelings for her." Suddenly being killed, Her Majesty felt terrible. Now she has locked herself in the Zihua Palace, refusing to see anyone and blaming herself. The commander of the Kirin army shook his head and sighed. "What is mother blaming herself for?" Qin Feiyang asked. The commander of the Kirin army said, "Her Majesty thinks that she implicated those 2 maids." Qin Feiyang was heartbroken. Those 2 maids were the only ones left by his mother's side, and they were the only ones who could talk to his mother. He didn't expect that they would be killed. The commander of the Kirin army was silent for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Actually, I'm guessing that their death may have something to do with you." Qin Feiyang frowned. The commander of the Kirin army nodded and said, "His Majesty must have noticed that you have visited Her Majesty before, so he killed you to warn others." "Kill you to warn others? I think he wants to completely isolate my mother." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "That may be his intention." The commander of the Kirin army nodded and asked, "What do you want from me?" "Go and tell him that he has a dog by his side." Qin Feiyang sneered and turned off the image crystal. Originally, he wanted to tell the emperor, but now that he thought about it, there was no need to. Swoosh. After putting away the image crystal, Qin Feiyang flickered and appeared beside the river. Since he couldn't leave, then he would start a massacre. The black lion that ran out earlier was still wandering around the river. When it saw Qin Feiyang, it immediately bared its fangs and pounced on him. Its cultivation was not bad. It was a 2-star combat emperor. However, it had to admit that it was courting death because it had met Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He formed a seal with both hands, and the divine dragon art instantly appeared and suppressed the black lion. Roar! The black lion let out a wail as its body was torn into pieces, and its blood dyed the sky red. Boom! At the same time, a monstrous killing intent rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. A bloody kill character appeared between his eyebrows. His long hair and eyes immediately turned blood red, as if the god of death had returned. "Absorb!" Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, the black lion's blood was completely absorbed by the kill character. "Qin Feiyang, you deserve to die." Just as Qin Feiyang soared into the sky and was about to leave, a voice filled with bone-piercing killing intent resounded. 2 figures appeared out of thin air in the sky. It was the first Valley Master and the second Valley Master. The aura of the divine dragon seal and the kill character were too strong, and they were immediately alerted. "It's you who deserve to die." Refining the blood demon pill, capturing the villagers and harming the innocent, this is intolerable. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the 2 of them and shouted coldly, "Villagers?" The second Valley Master raised his eyebrows and said, "You know that village?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang sneered. The first Valley Master said expressionlessly, "So, you followed Master Shin here?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. "You don't even know you're being followed, how stupid." The two of them were furious. Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "It's not that he's stupid, it's that he met me, and no one can stop me from going where I want to go." "Presumptuous. I wanted to keep you alive, but you're too insensible, so I can only kill you." The two of them unleashed their emperor's aura, and in a flash, they landed in front of Qin Feiyang and behind him. The two of them raised their fists at the same time and punched Qin Feiyang's chest and back. "If you want to kill me, I'm afraid only the Imperial Preceptor can do it in person." Qin Feiyang grinned and instantly disappeared without a trace. What? How does he know about his lord? Could it be his ancient castle can really move? If that's the case, doesn't that mean he heard our conversation with His Majesty? The two of them were shocked. "Everyone, all beasts, listen to my order. If you see Qin Feiyang, immediately kill him." The Grand Valley Master roared, and his voice was like a bell that resounded through the sky. Roar! A series of deafening roars suddenly sounded in the mountain range. The people who were cultivating in the cave mansion also appeared one after another. They formed groups of 2s and 3s and chased after Qin Feiyang. All the beasts, it seems that the beasts here were also cultivated by them, Qin Feiyang murmured as he controlled the ancient castle and rushed into the depths of the mountain. A few hundred breaths later, he appeared in the sky above a mountain ridge. Roar! A few saint beasts immediately discovered him and immediately soared into the sky, roaring towards him, ferocious and imposing. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a red sword chi surged. It was as sharp as a blade and instantly killed the sacred beasts. The blood was all absorbed by the kill character between his eyebrows. "Qin Feiyang, give me your life." There was a group of people nearby. They heard the commotion and immediately rushed over. When they saw Qin Feiyang, they did not say anything and immediately attacked him. There were a total of 13 people. 10 9-star battle saints, 2 1-star battle emperors, and 1 2-star battle emperor. "Are you not afraid of death?" Qin Feiyang glanced at them, his eyes as cold as ice. "Of course we are. But if we don't kill you, we will all die in the hands of the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master. So, in order to save our lives, we can only let you die." The 2-star battle emperor laughed sinisterly. He took the lead and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, reaching for Qin Feiyang's head. "Although I sympathize with you, I will not show mercy to those who dare to attack me." Qin Feiyang took a step back and raised his hand to slap the battle emperor. Golden light burst out from his palm. "Return formula." "Ah!" The 2-star battle emperor screamed in pain. His arm was instantly torn open and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang slapped the 2-star battle emperor's chest. With a cracking sound, the 2-star battle emperor's heart instantly shattered. So powerful! The remaining 12 people's faces were pale. Even a 2-star battle emperor could not fight back in front of him. "Thank you." However, the severely injured 2-star battle emperor said such words to Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of relief on his face. This, "thank you," touched Qin Feiyang's heartstrings. Qin Feiyang looked at him and asked, "Are you from that village?" "My name is Wang Shan. And here, other than the Grand Valley Master and the Second Valley Master, everyone is from that village. If it's possible, please help everyone." After the 2-star battle emperor finished speaking, he fell down powerlessly. His life energy quickly dissipated. "They are all from that village." Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. Originally, he thought that only a portion of the people here were from that village. However, he did not expect that they were all from that village. Why did you do this? They are not slaves. Why should they be played by you?" Qin Feiyang roared towards the sky. His blood-red hair rushed to his head. The purple gold dragon energy, the red sword energy, and the flaming battle energy erupted like a volcano. Then they turned into huge waves that covered the sky and rolled in all directions. Rumble! Crack! At this moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. The 2 1-star battle emperors, the 10 9-star battle saints, and the beasts within a 100-mile radius all had their blood splattered everywhere. Since killing is the only way to solve the problem, then I will kill to stop the killing. Qin Feiyang roared angrily again and again. His blood-red hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god that had descended to the world. Crush. In the next moment,